Good morning, everyone. I hope that you had a great evening or a great day if you're joining us over from the UK. So, welcome to the second day of the Game Accessibility Conference. If you're joining us for the first time, thank you so much and welcome to day two. And of course, I hope all of our Canadian friends who are joining us for the first time today had a magnificent Thanksgiving with your family. So, a few things for you to know. We will not be having any chat in Zoom or YouTube. If you want to network or ask questions to our speakers, please navigate over to the Discord. In Discord, there is a room for each talk topic. So please stay in the appropriate channel. If you want to talk about the food you're eating, the clothes you're wearing, sharing your pets, or business networking, there are channels for that as well. So stay as on topic as possible so content's easy for everyone to find. Of course, Zoom is our primary platform because it has the most adjustability in terms of accessibility and options. YouTube is there for a backup, and if you want to rewind or catch anything before the talks are online, you can do so there. We are working as hard as possible to get all of our individual talks captioned properly to get them uploaded and available on YouTube as soon as possible. So stay tuned on when those will be live. And of course, if you missed it, we did announce our merch store yesterday where you can buy sweet shirts like the one that I'm wearing, Salty on Main. When you're so mad about something that you take it out of the DMs and straight onto your main Twitter account or whatever. Shout out to David Tisserand, who I saw in the Threads channel, was also debuting this magnificent shirt today. Now, we always like talking about the 6 months of history when we first start out the conference, but recapping the past 6 months sometimes makes it easy to lose the long-term story of what accessibility has really been like in the gaming industry. And that's why we have this next talk by Steve Saylor, Climbing Mountains, 10 Years in Accessibility. Oh, hi, Leon. Did you guys know that there's a new Leon emote in the Discord for all of your orange cat needs? Accessibility is a rapidly evolving field. The pace of change is exponential. Over the past 10 years, it has progressed and changed beyond all recognition. This talk will share a greatest hits collection of some of the key moments in accessibility over the past 10 years to give a sense of that change, where the change comes from, where it is today, and what kind of trajectory it is on for the future. And with that, let's kick off day two.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to GA Conference. I hope you're having an enjoyable day, enjoyable time. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I have no idea where this fits in the schedule, so it could be literally before everything else or literally afterwards. I don't know. I'm pre-recording this. However, thank you all for tuning in, for watching, for participating, for supporting, and also, I hope you've had a great or will have a great GA conference. Hi, I'm Steve Saylor, commonly known as a blind gamer, accessibility advocate, and consultant. I really appreciate and thank you to GA Conference and Ian and Tara for inviting me to speak to you today, because today is going to be one of those sort of like look back into the time machine that is the internet, and we're going to take a look at the 10 years of gaming accessibility. And we have a very fancy slideshow that Ian Hamilton has put together, and I am here to present it to you. Let's just jump right in. Might as well. So this will be talk is called Climbing Mountains, 10 Years in Game Accessibility, done by myself and Ian. We're independents because, you know, we're independent. And you can be able to follow us at Steve Saylor or at Ian Hamilton _. So game accessibility is a rapidly growing field. In recent years, it has changed beyond really all recognition. There are many things that are taken for granted today that simply didn't exist a few short years ago. So to help us remember where we've come from and see the trajectory we're following, today, we're going to take a little look back through time, and we're going to have some fun along the way, too. So, you ever wondered kind of like the history of accessibility? This is the talk for you. Anyway, moving on. Game accessibility actually goes all the way back to at least 1950. Birdie the Brain, one of the earliest games, included configurable difficulty. This was thanks to the designer recognizing the need for barriers to flex in line with human variance, which is a core principle that underpins much of today's work. For this presentation, we're going to skip ahead actually to 2010, but if you want to know more about what happened between 1950 and 2010, there will be a link on the last slide or posted in the Zoom or Discord or somewhere. I'm pointing in the things where it could be, but I don't know. All right, so let's jump ahead. So, what was the landscape like in 2010? It was largely focused around three groups: Special Effect, which had been around since 2007, Able Gamers, which was founded in 2004, and a few handfuls of independent developer, gamer, and academic advocates, a group of which actually banded together as the IGDA's Accessibility SIG, or SIG, back in 2003. Hardware accessibility was mostly homebrew and hacks. There was very little accessibility awareness or implementation amongst devs, especially in the AAAs, with a rare exception being actually Ubisoft's requirements for subtitling and epilepsy testing that had come in around 2008. There were no full-time accessibility roles anywhere in the industry. There were widespread negative attitudes actually from gamers. This all very different to how things are today, so I'm going to take you on a little stroll through a few key moments of that journey. First off, I'm going to start off with a feature. This is actually a setting added into FIFA 2010. On the side, you can be able to see that it shows a picture of a controller. It actually looks like a PlayStation 3 controller or a PlayStation 2 controller. I'm blind. Forgive me. But it has basically a preset for two buttons where basically if you hit circle to shoot, X to pass, R2 to sprint, which was an optional button, and you use the left thumbstick to move the player. So now it actually was able to, FIFA 2010 was able to reduce the complex controls down to just a stick and two buttons. It did this through a healthy dose of contextual guessing at player intent. It's a really nice feature that many games today could learn from. This was actually pretty typical of accessibility in 2010. Occasionally a single feature would pop up, usually a feature that wasn't designed with disability in mind, but still had an accessibility benefit. But there were some comprehensive efforts too, like Shoot One Up by solo indie dev Nathan Fouts, who had a range of features that are only just beginning to spread now. Game speed, high contrast, auto fire, even an option to reduce the controls to a single button. For a long time, it was indies like these who were at the forefront of innovation. Also in 2010, the Accessibility SIG, or SIG's website launched, which was the first real collection of accessibility research, best practices, and advice. And the BBC actually also launched their internal publisher level mandatory game accessibility standards. Meanwhile, actually over in Washington, D.C., a law called the CVAA was signed in. Not many people in the industry were aware of it at the time, but it would come to have actually great influence. So, jumping across over to Australia, 2011 saw a big step by Film Victoria, an Australian government body that provides grant funding to the creative industries. They had accessibility requirements for film and TV. For example, you weren't allowed to get funding unless you were subtitling Sorry. For example, you weren't allowed to get funding unless you were subtitling your output. But there was nothing for really games, so they decided to change that. They used a simple approach, ask devs how they were considering accessibility, then a box underneath that says, if you aren't considering accessibility, tell us why. 10 years later, and not one developer has ever put anything in that second box. This carrot approach for prototype funding meant teams considering it early and allowed the local dev scene to race ahead. Elsewhere, single features were plodding on. Ian wrote this script, by the way, just it's very British. Elsewhere, single features were, moving at a sort of slow pace, influenced by disabled gamers. MLB The Show launched with a single button assist mode after input from Hans Smith. Dead Space gained button remapping, which I hope is still going to be in the Dead Space remake. Please, would love to see that. Following a petition from Gareth Garrett. The Daggers accessibility review site was launched by Josh Straub, and in Florida, Tara Volker kicked off an accessibility challenge at a local global game jam site. This grew over the coming years. Now every year, Global Game Jam has optional accessibility challenges across every site around the world, taken up by tens of thousands of developers using awareness-busting misconceptions and giving hands-on experience. Now, moving into 2012, two new resources launched, Includification by Able Gamers and GameAccessibilityGuidelines.com by a collaboration of developers, academics, and specialists. These were not the first accessibility guidelines for games, but they were the first two resources to gain wide-scale traction with developers. The Warfighter Engaged charity was founded, aimed at using and adapting gaming technology in rehabilitation of service and injured veterans. I'll be coming actually back to Warfighter Engaged again when we get to 2018. Dion Decker launched. This was an award-winning Wii game designed for sighted, partially sighted, and blind children to play together. A lengthy Ubisoft forum thread went up pleading for remapping in the upcoming Assassin's Creed 3. They never did get it. However, button remapping didn't arrive until AC Origins some years later. But every single reply on that thread was a positive message of support for disabled gamers. That felt like a watershed moment, a sign of shifting understanding and expectations of the wider gaming community. In 2013, Injustice became the first AAA game to consider blind gamers. Fighting games are actually generally pretty blind accessible. Through a combination of stereo sound and good sound design, you can usually tell exactly where each fighter is and exactly which move they're pulling off. But Injustice added interactive background objects like the tree here you actually see on the slide on the right that Bane is about to reach into the background, rip out, and hit Raven over the head with it. So the developers added an option to turn on a simple audio ping when a player is standing in front of an object like that. Australia continued their push with a new dedicated accessibility award category in their annual Australian Game Development Awards, something that actually would come back with a vengeance in 2020. And in response to a change.org petition by a deaf gamer, Steam added info to store pages to say whether each game has subtitles, and also offers the option to filter the store to only show games that have them. A free-to-use game accessibility symbol was developed by Barry Ellis of OneSwitch and has since spread through games documentation and events as a standardized way of signifying accessibility information. In 2014, several prominent AAA games included colorblind support either at launch or through patches, such as Borderlands 2 and SimCity. At the same time, Kotaku and IGN published widely read articles on color blindness. These two things together resulted in a rapid increase in awareness and consideration over the following years. It was the first time that any accessibility consideration had approached being a common, let alone standard, consideration. To the extent that just 2 years later, it had gone from a rare novelty to something that players expect. In 2016, a journalist put out an apology piece for failing to mention in their review of The Witness that the game was not colorblind accessible. We've since seen the same thing happen with QTE toggles and with subtitle presentation, features progressing from rare to expected within just a couple of years. And a couple of years can be within the development cycle of a single game, so you need to stay ahead of the curve. If you can do that rather than fall victim to those changing expectations, you can be one of the people setting them. So yes, start development early. Takes years to do this, so start it early. Makes it a lot easier throughout the entire development. I think probably a lot of us are going to say that throughout this entire conference. but just, yeah, start early. That little aside from me. Still on the topic of color blindness, Unreal Engine implemented a color blindness simulator, which was the first time an engine made steps to help developers make their game more accessible. You can expect to see more of that in the future. The Quad Stick launched, which is a SIP Puff controller that built upon Ken Yanklowitz. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Ken Yanklowitz' 30-year legacy of accessible controller development. And an article by Richard Moss went up on The Verge called Why Accessibility Matters, involving a wide range of accessibility advocates, gamers, and developers. Articles like that are pretty common today, but for its time, this was a huge milestone. This article is where it really felt like accessibility was becoming a broad, encompassing movement. 2015 saw the first impact of the CVAA legislation in the form of the compliance waiver for consoles and networks coming to an end. This meant that any communication functionality in products like a PlayStation or services like Xbox Live must by law be accessible to all kinds of disabilities. This was actually a key driver for both the PS4 and Xbox One gaining their initial suites of accessibility functionality in 2015, which continued to grow and evolve way beyond legal compliance over the course of their life cycles, and now into the current generation too. And actually, kind of out aside for me, I love seeing that even though halfway through the PS4 and the Xbox One's life cycle, that it essentially was able to develop so that now in the new PS5 and Xbox Series X and S, accessibility is just part of the system, and it's built in to the system right from day one, which is really cool. We'll talk about that in a bit. After lobbying by the accessibility community led by Barry Ellis, Apple implemented platform level of functionality to make one-button games like Flappy Birds accessible using external accessibility switches, basically inputs that send a simple on-off signal that like a button or a tube to blow in. Exactly the same tech that the Xbox Adaptive Controller is designed to be compatible with. This made thousands of games accessible to hugely undeserved audiences literally overnight. Evolve became the first AAA game to publish accessibility info on its website. Destiny became the first AAA game to include an accessibility menu. I love Destiny. Oh my gosh, I love Destiny. Anyway, sorry. The menu only included 2 options, and separate accessibility menus aren't necessarily a good idea, but you know what? For 2015, it was a huge step, and I'm a Destiny fanboy. Come on. I'm sorry. Anyway, 2016 saw the launch of Uncharted 4, a AAA title with what by 2016 standards was a vast array of accessibility considerations. There were extensive publicity efforts around this by PlayStation. This had a really significant and direct impact on many developers across the whole development spectrum, but particularly on AAA developers. At one of the other publishers, the accessibility wave that spread out over the subsequent years was even referred to as the Uncharted effect. Phil Spencer of Xbox was publicly praising PlayStation's efforts. This was a sign of things to come, of how accessibility would mean people frequently stepping across traditional barriers to collaborate both within companies and between competitors. We actually will see the Uncharted effect even go all the way through to 2020 when we get to that. We'll talk about that in a bit. Able gamers were invited to speak at the White House. PlayStation hosted an accessibility panel at PSX, their most watched panel of that event. Sean Layden and Phil Spencer were making public commitments. Karen Stevens at EA was made full-time accessibility lead. Bryce Johnson and Evelyn Thomas had already been working full-time on accessibility of the Xbox platform, but Karen's was the first time in-house role working directly on accessibility of games. Other roles followed. Now there are more than 40. So, as you can see, you can start to see the momentum starting to grow. It's getting a little bit faster now. So strap in, because it's about to get even a little bit faster. We're moving through the train's moving through the station. Let's all catch up. Part of that momentum was an increasing number of people working on accessibility and an increasing body of professional knowledge and experience. So with 2017 came the first edition of GaConf, founded by Tara and Ian of the IGDA's Accessibility SIG. I now see why, Ian, you had me do this presentation, because it would seem very self-serving to do this one yourself. I'm kidding. It quickly grew and expanded to a Europe edition too. Previously, an accessibility talk getting on the lineup at a game dev conference just meant a general awareness raiser, usually only attended by a handful of people. But having this dedicated conference meant a forum for sharing knowledge and experiences at a much deeper level than that, and also having a central hub for people working on the field to come together, network, find collaborators, and get some group therapy. Hashtag non-sponsored, hashtag ad, hashtag game provided by PlayStation, hashtag game provided by Xbox. I don't know. That's your GA conference ad for the conference. There we go. Elsewhere, Microsoft launched their Inclusive Tech Lab, a place for developers and the community to come together and a home for all kinds of fun bits of technology to play with. The Nintendo Switch patched in their first accessibility features, marking the first time in the history of the industry that every major gaming platform, from the Switch, Xbox, PS4, Vita, PC, Mac, iOS, Android, had dedicated system-level accessibility features. And to cap the year off, as part of a fundraising event for special effect, Kim Kardashian tweeted in support of disabled gamers to her 56 million Twitter followers. It's obviously a much bigger number now, but still a big deal. Yeah. And 2018's biggest splash was the arrival of the Xbox Adaptive Controller. It had been developed over several years, initially in partnership with Warfighter Engaged, and later with a wide range of charities, specialists, and gamers. I'm sure everyone's at least partially familiar with this now, but at a high level, it's a switch interface, a way to hook up accessibility switches that range of on-off input devices I mentioned earlier when I was talking about iOS. You can see in this picture, there are actually a load of ports along the back of it. Hooked up to that are a bunch of light touch sensitive buttons on the table and an additional large button mounted in next to his cheek. It also has USB ports to hook up joysticks, as he is doing here. It wasn't the first device of its kind, but there had been many before, but it was drastically cheaper and a much higher build quality. It looked like actually a natural part of the Xbox ecosystem, and also the fact that it was Microsoft who built it sent a really powerful statement. Developing hardware is a pretty strong way of putting your money where your mouth is. There were a ton of other stuff happening too. The Can I Play That review site was founded by EA, the Can I Play That review site was founded, not founded by EA, although that would have been cool. But EA also implemented a dedicated accessibility feedback portal linked to their bug tracking system, soon followed by similar efforts by Mixer, Ubisoft, Warner Brothers, and Blizzard. Celeste also launched. The developers had seen the discourse around the inflexible design of Cuphead, so Celeste included a bunch of accessibility assists. It would go on to be as influential a game as Uncharted 4, shaping the accessibility mindset of many other devs, kind of basically switching it from like the talk about difficulty modes and assist modes, and it actually kind of added a really cool way of doing that, and I really applauded Celeste for doing that still to this day. And then came the AAAs. In 2014, a single game included a single feature was huge news. In 2016, a single game including a handful of features was huge news. In 2018, the impact of this was starting to be felt. Some of the AAAs making comparable efforts to Uncharted 4 included Forza Horizon 4, The Crew 2, Spider-Man, Black Ops 4, Starlink, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, State of Decay 2, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Battlefield 5, Sea of Thieves, Madden 19, Monster Hunter World, FIFA 19, we ain't done yet, God of War, Red Dead Redemption 2. Ha! A staggering turnaround in the space of 2 years. Particularly important are Spider-Man and God of War. These were the top 2 grossing PS4 games of the year, and both have huge critical wins for accessibility and had huge critical acclaim. This conclusively put to bed the myth that accessibility loses money and dilutes creative vision. Excuse me. The first day of 2019 saw the end of CVAA's waiver for games. This means all games for release in the USA are now legally obliged to ensure that both chat functionality and any chat-related info or UI is accessible to people with a wide range of disabilities. This marked the first time that mainstream games have had explicit legal accessibility requirements. The impact has been profound, not just directly, but also spurring development of technologies like text scaling and text-to-speech support that are being applied way beyond communication. CVAA also paved the way for grassroots developers who previously found it a struggle to be heard. Now accessibility was a topic that all of management knew about, and it provided an extra push for people who had been aware of accessibility but not quite taken the plunge. Now that accessibility was a requirement for a small aspect of their game they were running with, taking that as a cue is also something to think about, how to offer a good gameplay experience to as many players as possible. Elsewhere, Microsoft paid a vast sum of money for an ad spot about the adaptive controller at the Super Bowl. Over 100 million people watched it. T-Pain even tweeted about it. Cher even tweeted about it. Able Gamers launched their new APX design patterns. Google included accessibility information and filters in the Stadia Store and Google Play app. Accessibility megathreads became a thing. Tweets about accessibility issues that receive many thousands of likes and shares and many hundreds of replies. These are extremely powerful at illustrating demand, shifting mindsets, raising awareness, and providing a gold mine of feedback. There was a huge uptick in accessibility of events covering companies like Microsoft, EA, Oculus, Indie Mega Booth, Ubisoft, PlayStation, and Crystal Dynamics had events like E3, Gamescom, X19, and Paris Games Week. And considerations like ASL, live captioning, and audio description for talks, announcements, and also including broadcast, quiet rooms, braille maps, low tables, and adaptive controllers available on booths. And it was becoming increasingly hard to find a AAA game that didn't include accessibility considerations, with studios pushing the bar even higher with games like Division 2 and Gears 5. Though still being outstripped by indies, with Sequence Storm and Eagle Island sitting at the very top of the industry, and both by solo indie devs. And then came the "I'm Spartacus" moment, quote unquote. In response to Sekiro-related gamer tweets claiming that accessibility compromises developers' vision for their games, Cory Barlog of Sony Santa Monica tweeted, "Accessibility has never and will never be a compromise to my vision," end quote. Rami Ismail of Lambert copy-pasted, and many other developers from all across the industry followed suit, either saying the same or adding their own extra detail as to why. This outpouring of support, more than any other recent progress, was a clear sign that accessibility was now truly part of the fabric of the games industry. I didn't include this slide in here. This is all Ian. But thank you very much. This is a thumbnail for my Last of Us 2 review that I did with Courtney Craven. Can I play that? It has the high contrast mode being shown in the background, has the Last of Us Part 2 logo, and in quotes it says "most accessible game ever." And I'm just looking like a goofball, being really excited. That's what that slide is. The big accessibility headline of 2020 was The Last of Us 2. When Uncharted 4 came out, it followed the standard industry. Its feature set was the result of a few people pushing late in development, and then, as they always do, thinking, man, if only we'd thought of this earlier, we could have done so much and done it so much better. So that's why they did for The Last of Us 2. They considered accessibility early. The result, combined with plenty of user research and working with a range of consultants, was a game that shot the bar way up, including both the first AAA game to be built from the ground up to be fully playable by people who are completely blind. But it was a busy year elsewhere too, for mainstream hardware developers jumping on board with Logitech's Adaptive Gaming Kit and Hori's equivalent to the Xbox Adaptive Controller, but for the Nintendo Switch. The launch of the new platforms, including full controller backwards compatibility for the Xbox Series X and S, including expensive accessibility devices, and a whole swath of new accessibility goodies for the PS5. A whole bunch of new resources for both developers and gamers. I should mention that, basically with the new PS5 and the Xbox Series S, They were able to not only take what they included in the previous generation, but able to expand and actually add a lot more. And as was mentioned, including full controller backwards compatibility for the Xbox Series X and S. Yes, the adaptive controller does work with the new consoles. Really great. It's awesome. The arrival of audio description for trailers, which is a separate audio track narrating what is happening visually for people who have a difficulty seeing it. Ubisoft was actually the first company in any industry to implement YouTube's beta audio description functionality. Basically, what they did was there's a beta version on YouTube. You can actually upload multiple audio tracks. It's generally used for having one video but multiple language tracks. But it was the first time that any company actually included an audio description track as one of the things you can be able to select on YouTube based in the player. Really, really cool stuff. This was actually a continued acceleration of breadth and depth of considerations in games, from Hyperdot to Assassin's Creed Valhalla, from Moving Out to Miles Morales. This was all capped off at the end of a year by an explosion in accessibility awards, both dedicated accessibility specific ceremonies and mainstream gaming awards adding categories for accessibility, including, of course, the Game Awards, which was watched by over 80 million people. So, where next? That brings us up neatly to 2021. I hope what you've seen has given you a bit of a sense of where we've come from and the trajectory we are on now. The trajectory it needs to be on. There still hasn't been a single AAA game has managed to nail all the basics of text size, subtitle presentation, effect and camera intensity, remapping, and colorblind support. We are still a very long way from any gamer being able to pick up any game and have a reasonable expectation that they won't be needlessly locked out. But the momentum is there. People care. People are learning. People are collaborating to drive the field forward. And so long as we continue to do that, we will get ever closer to gaming reaching its full potential. And here's just a couple of links to finish on. The first two are some nice insight both into pre-2010 and more detail on what has happened recently too. The third contains a handy bunch of links covering pretty much all you can ever want to know about accessibility. I won't read these links here. Hopefully they'll be put into the Zoom and to the Discord chat, so you can be able to click on those links there. Yeah, that's basically it. So thank you so very much for this sort of look back at the 10 years of the past accessibility in gaming. I want to thank GaConf for allowing me to be able to speak to you today. If you want to be able to follow myself, you can follow me at Steve Saylor on Twitter, or you can be able to follow Ian Hamilton at, of course, Ian Hamilton at Ian Hamilton _. Thank you so very much. Enjoy the rest of your GA conference, and we'll be in the chat. Okay. Bye.
Man, I absolutely love that talk. Even when I was editing it, Steve's energy, like I was just giggling. And I remember the day that his talk came in, like I was just kind of grumpy. And then literally just seeing Steve's energy and smile, like made me feel so much better. But I hadn't paid that much attention, I guess, because I didn't realize, oh my, all of the stuff from like the first 2 years. Like, I've been doing this a long time, guys. It became the joke in the chat. This should secretly be a Tara drinking game. Drink whenever you see a project that Tara worked on. And it should be 2 shots if it's a project that Tara worked on with Ian, because that would definitely, you know what, never mind. That's a bad idea. I want all of our livers to keep functioning, so maybe not. But honestly, there were so many great things in there that I don't even know where to start on highlighting. And it really shows just how far we've come in only 10 years, really, and how exponential the growth has been in particularly the last 5. And yeah, in case you missed it in the Discord chat, David Tisserand is the only non-staff person to attend every single game accessibility conference, both US and Europe. So I don't know, we need some sort of certificate or award. I don't know, at least like a custom t-shirt. I don't know. I'll have to think about it, but like shout out to David for #1 GaConf supporter. He's saying, oh, stop it in chat. And no, David, I won't because you're great. So take it. So, all right, we're going to be taking oops, clicking on stuff on accident. We're going to be taking a break and back at 9:50, where we will be listening to a panel from Minecraft UBU, how Minecraft Education Edition is opening doors for neurodivergent candidates. So I will see you back here at 9:50. Thanks very much. See you then. Mm-hmm. was just taking a moment to make sure I got all the cheese dust off my face from my lovely snacks, which are the same cheese snacks I was eating yesterday that you can view in the Food and Drinks channel. So please share all your delicious snacks that you are eating to share. That's literally where the Battenberg emoji came from. I didn't know what Battenberg was. And then next thing we knew, Cherry had made Battenberg and shared pictures, and it spiraled out of control. It was fun. So this next talk is You Be You, how Minecraft Education Edition is opening doors for neurodivergent candidates. This talk shares the story of how the neurodiversity hiring program at Microsoft uses Minecraft Education Edition to remove barriers of traditional interviews and create better experience for candidates. Through participation in customized challenges, candidates can show their skills and competencies. I cannot talk this morning. They can show that they are able to do teamwork and collaboration. Learn more about the journey from members of the Microsoft Accessibility team, the build partner who designed the custom worlds, and an employee hired through the program itself. All right, let's check it out.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Anita Mortallone. I am the Director of Accessibility at Xbox. My pronouns are she, her, and I have long blonde hair, recording from Redmond, Washington. I'm very excited today to kick off this session on how gaming, specifically Minecraft Education Edition, is forging new paths beyond play to increase employment opportunities for the neurodiverse community, specifically at Microsoft. This is important as we want all of our products to represent the people who use them. If the pandemic has taught us anything over the last couple years, it has made us reevaluate what it means to connect, what it means to work, and how to be more inclusive. Continuing on the journey of inclusive hiring, Microsoft took a moment to step back and ask, what else could we do to shift the paradigms of hiring? The answer? Why not introduce gaming into the interview process? Gaming has the power to connect people while working toward common goals and undertaking new challenges. Over the next 25 minutes, we will share the approach taken to bring the power of gaming into interviewing, specifics of using Minecraft Education Edition, and hopefully ideas on the different ways that you can interview to highlight people's incredible talent using the next game that you are developing. With that, I welcome Tarina, Jordan, and Max.
Anita. Okay, so my name is Tarina. I work on the inclusive hiring team at Microsoft. In my role, I run our ability hiring program as well as our neurodiversity hiring programs. And I'm happy to be here with Jordan and Max. I'll turn it over to each of you to do a brief introduction as well.
All right. My name is Jordan. I'm a software engineer at Microsoft in the Office organization, and I actually joined Microsoft through the neurodiversity hiring program. So I've been through it all and kind of seen how it works, and also been on the other side.
Hi, my name is Max, and I'm founder of Fountain Studios. We're a company which works closely with Microsoft to develop a whole wide range of products and have a dedicated Minecraft team, and we have a particular focus on creating educational and neurodiversity content.
So I would like to start out by giving you a brief overview of our program, where it started, and why we hire and screen in the way that we do for our neurodivergent candidates. So in 2015, we partnered up with an organization called Specialty Sterna, and they helped us run our first hiring cohort. And it was over the course of 4 weeks, which is, I can't even imagine, I was not a part of that cohort. But what we learned through that is that there is a really important piece of when you're screening someone and allowing them to be themselves and to get into an environment that is outside of that traditional interview format where you're asked questions and you have to provide answers and it's just this back and forth, and really see how our candidates interacted with one another and how they participated in certain activities. And so in 2015, we learned, we changed, we modified, and we got to this point where we were including group activities. Think of them like team building activities for our candidates to go through together. So we went from Lego Mindstorms to the Microsoft Innovation Center. And what that did is it allowed the candidates during the hiring events to show up and show how they work together and show how they would be within this real life environment. And so we're going to get into the use of Minecraft and where we're at today. But first, I want to introduce again Jordan and bring him into the conversation to talk about his experience pre-coming to Microsoft. And really, Jordan's got this angle of having been an interviewer as well as having been on the side of it where he's being interviewed. And Jordan, you have some really great insights. So can I pass it to you to share that with us?
Yeah, I mean, if we're being honest here, interviewing universally sucks. It doesn't matter whether you're the interviewee or the interviewer. It never feels perfect, and it's a major issue in finding talent and finding people. In my prior career before becoming a software engineer, I taught mindfulness and wine, basically. I had originally started training sommeliers, and the pass rate for the sommelier exams is notoriously low. It's almost like it's purposely designed to make people fail. I think it might actually be. And so the problem is you have students who come through, you see them come out, they know everything they need to know. They get to the exam, and under pressure, they just crack and they don't pass. You have like a 20% pass rate, even though probably 80% of people in the room could have done it. And so I started using mindfulness for teaching my students and stuff like that. And I saw, the second you get people calmed down and paying attention and not so nervous, they started passing more. And then I made the switch to software engineering. And because it was within the same field I was already in, I actually ended up managing a team and having to hire. But we were a tiny company that had like no resources. We didn't have the resources Microsoft had. We didn't have the applicants Microsoft or a larger company has. And so it really forced me to dig deep to find what people had available, because if I had thrown them a typical coding interview, they wouldn't have passed. They didn't even know what a coding interview was. So it was really challenging. You just had to get to know people and figure out, like, can this person do it? And it was really hard to do. And then, when I decided to make the move in my career, and you're moving into preparing for coding interviews, you're answering these questions, and it's so stressful, right? Like, you come in and it's just so intense. It's so disconnected from anything you'd ever experience in life. And so it just throws you off your game. Like, you know what to do and you know how to do it, but you forget. And vice versa, when you ask people these coding questions, you might have somebody in front of you who can absolutely do that. They can answer that problem any day, but you can just see them stumbling and really struggling to get through it. And you want to help them, but you can't give them the answer. And so it really makes you feel helpless on both sides. The interviewer can see potential, but they can't pull it out. And the interviewee knows they can do it, but they're just struggling. So I personally, I think the current system of interviewing kind of sucks for everyone involved, because you're missing talent if you want to hire them, and you're losing jobs if you want to get a job. It's rough.
Awesome. Thank you, Jordan. Interviewing sucks. I think that we need to coin that as the next V2 of this session. So we had this in-person event that was able to allow our candidates to show how they worked. And when the pandemic hit, we had to reassess. We had to look at our program. We had to figure out, just like everyone else out there, how do we take what is being done in person and transition it to virtual? And we really didn't want to lose this aspect of our non-traditional process around our cohorts. And so the first thing we started looking at is, what can we as Microsoft do with the tools that we have in place? We're a technology company, so what can we bring in to help us through this process? And so we're lucky that we have accessibility champs within each of the product group teams. And so I reached out to our champ within the Minecraft group and went to her and I said, hey, here's what we're doing. Do you think that we could somehow create some form of a replacement activity through Minecraft to create this team building and this interactive piece? And myself, not really being a gamer, my 8-year-old son is avid Minecraft user, but all I have seen is this play element of Minecraft and him mining and digging. And when I had this conversation with our champ, she was like, yes, you can definitely use Minecraft to create challenges and teamwork and build these worlds, but you need somebody to help you. And so that is where she introduced me to Max with Fountain Studios, our build partner. And so our team went to Max and we started having initial conversations about 18 months ago and presented Max with this big challenge of here's what we need. Our needs were that we are looking to you to help us create some challenges that allow our candidates to show up in teamwork, communication, leadership. And so we had some back and forth. And Max, I'm going to turn it over to you to talk a little bit about that process and how you took all of the crazy information we threw your way and you were able to build out these awesome challenges and worlds in Minecraft.
Thanks, Trina. Well, when you approached us with the idea of creating a virtual environment because of the COVID situation, but also with the idea of making a more friendly, a more in sort of environment which can help us, particularly neurodiversity candidates, feel more at home and more relaxed while taking the actual sort of a series of challenges that we created. We took basically what we do for the educational side of things, which is some of those are very similar aspects. So where we need to keep engagement with a class, where we need to either teach or explain something, and we need the candidates to be challenged but not completely frustrated. So there's this sort of fine line where we want to keep that engagement level going. Another point that we wanted to do was we wanted to make sure that the candidates would focus on the activities and not the interview process. I think that was very important, and I think we were successful in that because when the candidates are moving through these worlds, they are just really focused on moving to the next challenge, working as a team, and I don't think they realize anymore that it's an interview. Then it had to be fun and a experience that would keep going for the entire duration of the event. And that sometimes is difficult to do. You can create something which some people get bored with quite quickly if it doesn't keep them excited and interesting. And then lastly was the actual sort of recruitment process part, which we wanted to be able to create challenges that would allow yourselves to observe the candidates perform many different types of tasks and use their own skills, such as teamwork, communications, 3D spatial awareness, general knowledge, problem solving, and logical thinking. And I think most importantly, giving instructions and interpreting instructions from other team members during those challenges. And all of these skills were sort of kind of assessed to be things that would be used in a work environment and would be useful in future work and projects they'd be working on in Microsoft.
Yeah, thank you, Max. Jordan, I know that, so you were a part of our very first cohort to go through these Minecraft activities. And I know that we've talked and you said you really didn't know what to expect. Do you have anything you'd want to add to your experience going through this? And just from a candidate's perspective, Max talked a little bit about the areas that, the challenges. We're going to get into the worlds and what those look like, but anything about, your experience?
Yeah, I mean, when you first step into it, it's definitely weird, as a candidate, in the sense of like, it's not what you're expecting. You're kind of confused because you're so used to the traditional set of interviewing. You almost like, it's society in general. You kind of get indoctrinated into the way things are. This is the way it goes. And it's when something new pops out, it surprises you. And then, but as you go through it, you're having fun. You forget about it. I think that's the problem with interviewing is, if there's anything before the interview, it's usually not super engaging. So it's just time that you get to stress about the interview that's coming up, and you worry about it. Whereas when you're having fun, you can't think about that. You're just having fun. You're engaged. You're present. And looking back on it now, if I look at my day-to-day work at Microsoft, it looks a lot more like Minecraft than like a coding interview. There are many days as a software engineer where I write no code or very little code. A lot of my time is spent working with teammates, deciphering challenges, looking at a bug report or a feature request and figuring out what I need to do. If I get stuck on something, I need to work with the people that are around me and ask them for help. It's not, sitting in a room with a whiteboard or a blank screen, no access to any documentation, and just somebody basically staring at you like, you can do this, right? That's a lot. And so, my day-to-day looks like Minecraft. It's kind of fun. You laugh about things that kind of go wrong because you're like, oh, I didn't even see that coming. And, your team has some fun with it. It's not this stressful, sole focus. I'm going to write down things and I remember everything perfectly. It's, oh, we made a mistake. Okay, let's not do that again. Let's change it and do it better next time. It looks a lot more like Minecraft. And so that's been really cool to realize, after the fact.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you, Jordan. So when we were looking at what these worlds looked like, what these challenges looked like, something that we could not recreate is, or we were trying to figure out how to recreate. We used to bring our candidates to Microsoft. They would fly in, they would stay in a hotel, they would get tours of campus, they would get a feel for what it's like to work at Microsoft. Well, that was not possible anymore. And so Max's team was able to create for us a replica of the Microsoft campus. And so that became our way of welcoming our candidates to the Microsoft virtual campus. And it also doubled as a training grounds. So we know that not everyone that's coming through our program knows how to play Minecraft. We've got expert players and we've got players that have somebody who's never even been in Minecraft. So this training grounds was created as a way to help somebody get used to the controls and get a bit of a feel for what it was going to be like as they entered into the next couple days of challenges. And there's buildings. I think we have an office building, we have an Xbox building on campus, and they could go into each of these buildings and learn how to walk down a pathway. Simple things as left turns, right turns, jumping, placing blocks, everything that they would need to know to help them prepare for once they got into those challenges. So the Microsoft Minecraft campus is just such an integral part of helping our candidates feel prepared for and we do it prior to our hiring events. So they have time to then cruise around in the world, get more familiar with the controls. And then when they start as part of our cohorts and they go into these other worlds with challenges, they've already felt familiar with the controls. So Max, I am curious, and I think that this audience would be curious, and how it is that you did it. How did you build these worlds? What was the process your team went through? And so I'll pass it over to you to talk a little bit about that.
Thanks. Well, I think first of all, we wanted, so in this case, we made 3 different worlds. As you said, the first one, which is the Microsoft Campus Virtual, and then the other 2, which we'll come to in a minute. But we wanted them all to be completely different. And the Microsoft Campus, we wanted it to look as similar to the Microsoft campus, which is actually sort of under construction, as possible. And as you said, we created our own blocks and other things in Minecraft to be able to achieve that. So we have sort of customized the game, and we're using Minecraft as a platform as opposed to sort of digging with picks. And it's designed to on quite a big scale as well, with many buildings, so that when the candidates arrive, they spawn into the campus. They actually have to sort of walk around. They actually feel the sort of the size of the architecture. They can go inside buildings. They become familiar with the locations, and it gives them hopefully a little bit of an experience, which is actually like if you were going to go there, it's completely new. It's not what you would expect, just sort of loading up a Minecraft world. It's very different from that. And then at the same time, they start to learn. Another important aspect is they all spawn together. So we are running this from a server. So I think one of the key differences from an interview side of things is, in many cases, they're working either collaboratively, or even if they are working separately, but they're working together with other people, in the sense that they're close by, so they can see what other people are doing, and that creates a completely different sort of dynamic in the interview process. So in the case of the Microsoft campus, we took the actual plans and actually sort of recreated it as much as possible, how we believed that it would look and feel. And yeah, there's a store and everything which they can see some of the Microsoft products and get that sort of interactive feeling, as well as, without really maybe realizing it, that we're checking that they can connect properly and get through some of the sort of basics, so that we don't have any challenges from the technical aspects in the next coming days.
That's great. Thanks, Max. The other two worlds that were created, the first one is an enchanted forest, and there's challenges built into this world, such as a color grid, where our candidates work together to get across a grid that has blocks with the Minecraft colors, and each candidate will take turns going across the grid, and they have to memorize what is a quite complex pathway. They may go forward a few blocks, but then they're going to go left or right, and then it's going to take them backwards. And so the more they work together as a team, the more they communicate with each other as each person goes up to try to get across the pathway, then the faster they get across this color grid challenge. So again, it doesn't take gaming skills. It doesn't take any more than just being able to work as a team and send your player forward backwards. And what's really interesting about this is that the players that may be a little more quiet, the players that don't necessarily speak up during our virtual in-person activities, are oftentimes the first ones to be leading the group across the grid. And so it just is, again, a different way of showing them showing how this particular person would work more in an office environment. And then we have a second world, which is an oversized office. And again, there's challenges in there that play on different strengths. It may be collaboration and working together to get from one point to the next, or to go through. Max, I can let you speak to some of, maybe if you want to choose one of those challenges within our third world, and how the candidates interact. Maybe if you would describe that for us.
Sure. So I will describe the last challenge in that particular world, which is called What's That Shape, which is where the candidates line up and they're all like in a sort of little glass box, or they have a glass box in front of them, and they are given a chest with a series of block colors that they can select and place within that area, and it is three-dimensional space. And then each candidate in turn is teleported, or teleported to a sort of darkened room individually, where they will see a shape created out of colored blocks. and it's their job to communicate to the other candidates what they see in front of them. And they can do this in a whole series of ways. So they can do this verbally, they can also do this by typing. And when done verbally, they may try and create together as a team prior a way of making a communicative system. So for example, they're using grids, patterns, or they may just use, there are certain clues within each pod they're standing in. So they might say to the right of the chest, or they may say, third line or third column, second row. There's a whole different sort of series of possibilities of how they get that communication of this colorful pattern across in three-dimensional space. And this is one of the challenges which I think it's important, because when you look at it, first of all, you think, well, that's actually very difficult. Coming from the educator or the recruiter, you might be a little bit concerned about giving candidates such a task. But because there's a sort of gradual build up in the world where they start to understand the locations, how to communicate patterns, they get more and more familiar. So by that time, they actually can do something which I think they start to feel is an achievement. And that for me is one of the main goals of that particular activity, is to try and push it to the point where they might think it's not quite, or they're going to have difficulty, and then they achieve it. That's what really, for me, makes the difference between a good challenge and a challenge which is just, well, I managed it. So
sounds kind of like a day-to-day life of working at Microsoft, being pushed to your limits with challenges. So a couple of things, just as we are wrapping up our session, I think it's really important to highlight that this has been a journey for us. We have definitely made a lot of changes over the course of the last year. We've taken feedback from all of our candidates. We've run focus groups with neurodivergent employees from Microsoft. And some of those changes to highlight, we use color. Color is not accessible, right? So Max and his team have been able to add in shapes and symbols within our color grid pattern and the different areas and challenges where color is important. And so that way, if we have a candidate that says that they are colorblind, or if we have candidates that just choose to communicate instead of color, they can identify the shapes. So we've also had candidates that may have motion sickness. And so at the beginning, we work through some of the things you can do to minimize that. We also give them the option to teleport from activity to activity versus moving throughout the worlds. Not only does that teleporting help with somebody who may have motion sickness, it also helps with those players who are not familiar with Minecraft. And so what we want is to make it as easy as possible and as stress-free as possible for our candidates to have a good experience. And so we've spent the last year modifying, changing, and creating these worlds that can be used if we're hiring program managers who aren't as technical as software engineers, or if people like myself are playing. I think I'm probably Max's best guinea pig for somebody who is not great at playing Minecraft. And so Max, you've been just great with working with to make these modifications, because we're on a journey. We're constantly learning. I'm going to close. I'm going to ask Jordan if he has any final thoughts on your experience, Jordan. We're just so happy to have you as part of the Microsoft team. And if you have any, closing thoughts for this group.
I would say, if I can come up with anything here, is to challenge everyone to do better, in the sense of, as an industry, when I talk to students, they all complain they can't find a job. They all complain about the hundreds of applications they sent in and the interviews they failed. And when I talk to other people in the industry, they all complain that they can't find candidates to hire. So clearly we have a disconnect. We have people who want the jobs but can't get them, and people who want to hire but can't find hireable candidates. So I think as an industry, we need to come together and stop creating interviews for the 10 or 20% of candidates who fit the traditional mold of a software engineer. And we need to realize that it's not just a human rights issue, it's a human resources issue. It's a accessibility issue. It's a chance to find people who are fully capable of doing this, but just don't fit the traditional software engineer mold. They don't think like the traditional software engineer, but that's not a bad thing because they might come up with really cool out of the box things if you just find them and give them the chance to actually do it. And right now as an industry, we're struggling to do that. We're struggling to find candidates and we're struggling to find jobs depending on which side we're on. So let's find a way to reach that other 80, 90, maybe 99% of people who just don't fit that small mold.
Great. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Max, for joining us. Anita, I'm going to send it back to you to close out the session.
Thank you, Tarina, Jordan, and Max. All of this makes me so excited to get back out there and start interviewing again. I want to thank everybody for joining us today to explore how gaming can be more than play and really open up the doors to employment. And quite honestly, make interviews better and more fun and represent the real workday. We encourage you all to take inspiration from Minecraft Education Edition team, Foundation Studios, and the Microsoft Inclusive Hiring team to ask, what are the possibilities of gaming? How can I tailor the interview process in my company to attract diverse talent and have them showcase their potential? So let's all continue to reevaluate what it means to connect, what it means to work, and how to be more inclusive. We have the opportunity to do better in interviewing, and I look forward to what this industry does to meet the needs of all the people out there. Thank you again for joining us.
Thanks everyone for taking the time to watch that talk. You know, it's interesting to watch people work to put something together and it be a swing and a miss. At the end, Anita was saying that, you know, we need to stop and think about what it means to connect, what it means to be more inclusive. And there was definitely feedback in the chat about how there were some really big misses in this hiring program and how it could have been doing better. I actually really like what Navi had said in chat. It may be time to go back to the drawing board on this one with a strong focus on inclusion rather than accommodation, intersectionality and cross-disability awareness, avoidance of othering or tokenizing language and views, and the reins being held by more people who have a lived experience with the barriers. Literally nothing about us without us. So although I do think there are things that we can learn from the Minecraft Inclusive Hiring Program and what they were doing, what would it have been like if it had embraced those things early on? If we take some of their ideas, but really embrace nothing about us without us, what can we craft? What can we do? What steps can we take to be more inclusive? And again, especially with intersectionality and cross-disability awareness. But the other thing that was highlighted was you shouldn't have to disclose this sort of things if you don't want to. Or there were many people who commented that they weren't diagnosed until later in life, but would have greatly benefited from having things in this talk like the virtual campus that was created in Minecraft. Why are those things that we are gaining when they could be beneficial to everyone? Again, intentional inclusion rather than accommodation. So that wraps us up for the morning. We're going to be taking a 30-minute break, and then we are going to be back with 3 years with Can I Play That? From joke to journalism. That's all caps, journalism. All right, see you guys on the other side. All right, welcome back from our morning break, everyone. I'm really excited about this next talk. So, Can I Play That has obviously been an amazing force in the past few years in game accessibility, and not just because they've given this conference awards. We'd like them for other reasons too. But this talk is the past 3 years with Can I Play That? From joke to journalism. It's going to be a retrospective of the first 3 years for the website, their hits, their misses, and why they keep going. And let's kick it off.
Hello and welcome to 3 years with Can I Play That? From joke to journalism. I am Courtney Craven. I am the co-founder of Can I Play That along with Susan Banks. I consult on inclusion and accessibility in a lot of industries, mainly from gaming and writing to higher education. And I also work as a contractor for Epic Games, where I do all the captioning for the videos that are on the Unreal Engine YouTube channel, and I've been there for going on 3 years now. What is Can I Play That? If you're not familiar with our site, we are first and foremost a media outlet. We do reviews, news, and features all about game accessibility. We're also a learning hub for developers, and we are accessibility consultants. So if you are working on a game and you need some experts in accessibility, give us a shout and we will gladly help you out. And we are inclusion educators with our recently launched workshops. And lastly, we are just a group of community advocates who wanted to come together and make this wild thing work. Last time we were here was not under the best circumstances. My partner Susan Banks had just passed away, and Ian was kind enough to dedicate GaConf 2019 to her. And you see the little dedication here on the screen. We started with a tweet in November 2018. Susan tweeted that we had launched our project. I had bought the domain caniplaythat.com as a joke for her in the summer of 2018, because quite often when a new game would come out, she would ask some form of the question, can I play that? Usually referring to subtitle quality or the ability to remap controls, as she had suffered a stroke and was trying to recover from that. After we launched, we spent a lot of time trying to figure out just what we wanted to be, who we were as an outlet, and we had to find our way and kind of create something that didn't really exist. The first thing we had to decide was, do we want all-encompassing or single-focus reviews? And since Susan and I had only done reviews focusing on deaf and hard of hearing accessibility, we didn't really feel like it was our lane to kind of speculate on mobility accessibility or blind and low vision accessibility, because it wasn't our experience. So we wanted to make Can I Play That unique in that we were experts in our own thing. So we continued doing deaf and hard of hearing reviews, and we worked with other writers to do reviews focusing on accessibility and other disabilities. So again, did we want to review what we know and possibly leave people out with the review, or review everything with a greater potential for inaccurate assessments because it is not our experience? We had to determine review criteria for every review category, and our criteria were created by people that were doing those reviews. So each person is an expert in what they need, what they want developers to know, how to design for them, etc. We had to decide, do we want to edit the scores, which is something that makes us a bit different from regular reviews, because you don't really edit a score for a game. Once it's launched, that's it, right? But with accessibility reviews, quite often games are improved after launch with a patch, because developers listen to feedback, they go in, make text bigger, make controls remappable, things like that. So we had to decide, do we want to edit the scores after we've published them, or would that be a problem with our ethics and stuff like that? And how do we drive home the point that our reviews and our findings are subjective without diluting our expertise? Because everybody is an expert in what they need to play a game, right? But still, that is subjective. You know, what I consider great subtitles, someone else might not be served well by. What someone reviewing for a motor control review, what works for them might not work for somebody else. So there's still a lot of room for subjectivity in our reviews, and they're not, I guess I would call them, they're not fact-based, because they still are based on our experience with a game. We also had to find the balance between high-quality journalism and ensuring disabled people that wanted a platform had one. So anybody that wanted to write to us was free to pitch, and we would quite often publish them. As we grew, we kind of had to refine what we were looking for in the quality of our journalism, because when you go from having 10 average viewers a day to having 1,000, you have to change the way you do things. And when you become a respected outlet for journalism, you need to up your requirements, I guess you could say. So there's a big difference between accessibility journalism and mainstream journalism, specifically speaking to reviews. So when you're reviewing for accessibility, it's an ever-evolving practice, because every game that comes out that does something really great with accessibility sets a new bar. So that becomes a new standard by which you review things and hope for future games to meet. What scored an 8 out of 10 even just 2 years ago would not score the same today, because our expectations have changed. The standard, as I said, changes with each game that further reduces or eliminates barriers. And even something as simple as subtitles that we once thought were good enough. Take a review that we did in 2016. What we gave a great score then would definitely not score the same now, because it changes constantly as new games push the envelope further. With mainstream game journalism, you're reviewing the story, the tech, you know, and it generally stays the same. Even though tech improves, you're still looking for the same kind of basic things in what makes a good game. Is it fun? Is the story engaging? Is it playable with minimal bugs? How's the combat feel? Is it good? Is it clunky? How's it look? And one thing both reviews have in common is subjectivity. So again, if you're reading an accessibility review, it might not be 100% true for your experience, just like if you're reading a mainstream review based on the story, the art, etc., it might not be accurate for you. We have core values at Can I Play That, and those have kind of grown and changed as we have grown and gotten a larger audience. The most important thing to me as the founder, and one of the things I cherish the most, is our relationships with developers. The fact that they trust us, they listen to us, they appreciate our feedback. I know our content is widely shared at studios, and I'm grateful for that. So our relationships with developers are essential to our success. But I want to clarify that does not make us unethical. We are still always transparent in the work we do. We're unbiased. Just because we get a review code from a Microsoft studio or Ubisoft doesn't mean that we're buddies with them. You know, we're not going to give them a good score just because we like them. If something is problematic, it will still be called out in our review. We respect them and their work, and they respect us and our work. And that is a big part of why we have been around for 3 years now and why we are successful at what we do. We don't lay blame in our reviews, we don't hurl accusations, and we don't make generalizations. Things like, they just don't like disabled people, they didn't try, lazy design, stuff like that. We don't have it in our reviews, and there is no place for anything like that in the Can I Play That community. Our intent is to help developers learn, help them make better games, and educate our community of players. We realize that our reviews serve as a very high-level kind of accessibility consultation post-release, and developers make up a very large portion of our audience. We also work hard to care for our writers, because if you have spent any time doing accessibility advocacy, you know what a cesspool it can be. We do our best to warn new writers about what implications there may be of writing on a subject that can feed the trolls. We publish anonymously if people ask, to protect their identity for things that they're sensitive to writing about, or if they just don't want to be a target of the potential harassment that comes with doing this kind of work. Things started to change for Can I Play That with the release of Gears 5. That was a major, major milestone for us. We were asked if we wanted a review code, and that was among the first major review codes that we had gotten. We were included here on the promotional art that had the scores roundup, and we were also included in a television commercial that aired during some sports ball game. I don't know. I don't watch the sports. But that was a major, major turning point for us, because that was retweeted by a lot of executives and people at the coalition, people at Microsoft, and that brought people in droves to caniplaythat.com. I think they actually broke the site and we had to upgrade our hosting after that. And as we grew, I had to accommodate more users. At the time, I was managing the site by myself. I didn't know better. I used an overlay. Nobody likes overlays. I'm sure you have all heard about the horrors of overlays. They're kind of a band-aid solution, and they don't really help, actually. But that is when ActiveBit came to the rescue, and he built our beautiful custom stuff that you see on the site right now. And shortly after Active joined the team, Ben Bayless joined the team, and he started doing news, which again brought a whole new audience to Can I Play That? And because we were giving people accessibility news that no other outlets really were focusing on at the time, and still aren't really. You see it from time to time on the major outlets if it's a big, big thing, or if it's problematic, like you've seen the Deathloop news recently, and but it's not something that you can find often on mainstream sites. So when Ben came, he kind of upped the game for us and started doing regular news, and now people know that Can I Play That is a source for accessibility news as well as reviews. The Last of Us Part 2 was the second major, major milestone in Can I Play That. Naughty Dog retweeted our review, which not only brought trolls, but it also brought a number of visitors to the site that we had not ever seen before. You can see here in this chart, it shows our average users per day, and in May 2020, we had 10K viewers. In June, it skyrocketed up to 48K viewers. And it trickled off a little bit after that. In November and December, things happened, which I'll get into later. But after that, it kind of never really went back to the lower 6, 7K numbers, and we're still consistently doing big, big numbers at the site, which is good for us. We know that people are reading our content and that they appreciate it, so that keeps us going. With lots of attention comes lots of responsibility. Now that we had thousands and thousands of eyes on the site, people were starting to notice us and notice our shortcomings, which were not great. They noticed our all-white staff and rightfully called me out on it. My initial reaction to that, as many people would have a defensive reaction, was defensive. You know, I was being called out on the fact that I had assembled a team of all-white editors and writers, and while that was true, I wanted to be defensive initially about it. You know, Susan wasn't white, so we hadn't always been staffed entirely by white people. But I listened. Instead of reacting defensively, I listened, chatted with the editors, and we all admitted that people were right. We did need to do better. And I was introduced to a book that changed my perspective on everything. Dolly Chugg's The Person You Mean to Be, How Good People Fight Bias. And while it has absolutely nothing to do with game development, reading that book and reading about the concepts in there really changed my approach to continuing to grow Can I Play That? And after I read that book, after we were taken to task on our lack of inclusion and diversity, I committed to holding one of our 2 paid feature spots every month for a writer of color. Did that make people mad? Yes, it did. Did we care? Not so much, because our content is better for it. And if diversity and inclusion is a problem for a reader, then our community is not the place for them. It's very simple to me that that's one of my core values, and I am sticking to it. I learned from Dolly's book that I need to seek out narratives from writers of color instead of waiting for Can I Play That to be pitched, because if someone looks at our staff page and sees a sea of white faces, understandably, they're not probably going to feel comfortable pitching to us, because why would they? You know, I mean, that speaks to why a lot of accessibility writing hasn't appeared in mainstream media outlets on gaming, because it's not really the most welcoming place if you don't see yourself represented in the staff. I learned that we were only sharing part of the story on disabled gaming and accessibility by failing to have writers of color. I learned that from some of our writers. I learned that from conversations with people that have nothing to do with games. I learned that there are vastly different experiences of disability, and we need to work to include all of those if we're going to have a truly inclusive community. And we still have a long way to go in making Can I Play That really inclusive, but our commitment to having writers of color in our featured spots has made the content so much better. Then came trolls and burnout. Had nothing to do with the previous changes we made. It had to do with an issue that I flagged and was harassed for about a month for. But as anybody that is on the internet knows, trolls are incessant. You know, they don't stop. They don't leave you alone. So why did we burn out? Well, we had set an expectation for ourselves, our staff, that was impossible to sustain, impossible to meet. We were still operating without any kind of meaningful funding. We still only have our Patreon support, which is right around $500 a month. All of the editors, after the release of The Last of Us Part 2 and the new generation of consoles, we were essentially working full-time on the site without being compensated for our time, which that'll burn anybody out. If you're not making money doing your job, then you're not going to want to keep doing it. We were denied grants that we had applied for. To date, we have applied for 6 different grants, all of various amounts, and we have been denied for the same reason by all of them. They just don't see the value in what we're doing. The audience is not large enough. The need is not large enough to justify the expense. Toxicity, that is a big one. It's hard to keep doing what you're doing when everyone wants to harass you. And the toxicity comes from 2 places. One, within the gaming community, related to readers having forgotten that our accessibility reviews are subjective and our opinions, and want to be mad at us because we're not covering something specific to them. It's hard to know that you're continuing to fail your own community just because you can't speak to their experience. And from general horrible people outside the accessibility community was the other big one. We launched Can I Play That workshops in February 2021 with Stacy Jenkins and new to gaming Ishan Lai. It is a new branch of Can I Play That, and one that I am focusing on now that Ben Bayless has taken over as editor-in-chief. Why workshops? Well, many reasons. Our reviews started to feel too repetitive. You know, you say the same things over and over and over again. You can only complain about text size so many times before you just want to copy and paste your last review into the new review. So we're getting to a point where the problems are identical in every game release. And as a creative person, as creative people, none of us want to write the same thing over and over again. I wanted to do something more with and for our large developer audience. Again, I felt that reviews were probably becoming repetitive for them as well, because even if a review is not for your specific game, there's always something you can learn from it. But you can't learn the same thing 15 times, right? I wanted to expand our brand in hopes of making us more attractive to potential grant givers and investors, and possibly making us profitable. If we don't want to keep saying the same things over and over again in our reviews, then we have to do something to help change things. We have to approach the problem another way, to give accessibility reviewers something new to review, a new problem to address in our writing. And with more journalists talking about accessibility at other publications, we needed to do something to change it up to stay relevant, because who wants to read 15 accessibility reviews from different outlets, right? And because I hated being an editor, I am bad at it. I'm not the best editor. Even though I went to grad school twice for writing, I'm not a good editor. I don't enjoy it. It's not where I thrive. I am much better positioned as an educator, as a teacher leading our workshops. And it was a chance to work with new people, which is always exciting, to bring new people into Can I Play That, to help people benefit from the brand that we have built, from the trust that we have built in the industry. And that for me is the most exciting part, is being able to work with new people, being able to do new things, and remain excited about this site that I have a love-hate relationship with. What's next for Can I Play That? Money, hopefully. We need money to keep doing what we're doing. Yeah. Since our grants didn't work out, we are exploring partnerships with other outlets and even studios and publishers to try to work out some way to get our content in front of more eyes, make ourselves more profitable and sustainable. We're considering doing a Kickstarter or Indiegogo campaign to get an initial amount of funding. And we're also considering increasing our Patreon efforts, because when we launched our Patreon, my take on it was, we're doing the content for free, so the reward for the Patreon is the content. And we may look at revising that, renewing our Patreon efforts to offer rewards for hopefully more subscribers and supporters. We can have ads. Ads break accessibility. If you've ever been to a major outlet, you likely have been so bogged down by ads that the site is barely usable. So you can see the barrier that ads present. So we cannot have them. And lastly, funding will enable us to better fulfill our commitment to a more diverse staff. Again, that is one of the most important things for me as the co-founder of Can I Play That. We want to represent everyone. We want the entire narrative of gaming while disabled. We want to be an inclusive site, and we need money to do that so we can pay a diverse staff instead of Ben and I just continuing to do it for free. And tech is what's next for us as well. We want to bring Can I Play That into the tech world. We're slowly expanding into tech. I'm planning a review for the iPhone 13. We want to review things like phones, operating system, peripherals, controllers. There's a huge need for what we do at Can I Play That in the tech industry. And broadening our scope into tech may also lead for new funding opportunities. And that is that. That is 3 years with Can I Play That, where we've been, where we've screwed up, and where we are going in the future. I hope you have enjoyed this. I hope that you've learned a little bit about us, what we do, what we hope to do, and thank you for watching.
Thank you, Courtney, for your talk. There were so many things that I absolutely loved about this. The reminder that reviews are opinions, and especially with everyone being different and everyone's disability being slightly different, it's going to affect people in different ways. But one of the things that really resonated in the Discord was knowing that we all make mistakes. And Courtney sharing, can I play that? And their personal, growth journey resonated with a lot of people. Topher said in chat, thanks for being so honest here about the defensive response, which I think is great to acknowledge, because so many of us get defensive when something we've worked off maybe needs improved. You want it to be perfect right away. So the honesty was amazing. And Morgan Baker said, I really wish more outlets would talk about personal and organizational growth. Kudos to y'all for being transparent and honest. I appreciate your commitments. And of course, who among us hasn't dealt with a little bit of burnout? I'm hoping stuff like this conference will help you get back on your horse. But, it's also important, to do what's right for you. And hopefully what's right for you is signing up for a Can I Play That workshop. Not to be all sales pitchy here, but Microsoft has done both of the workshops, and we actually like them so much. And we had so many people interested that we had a wait list for the next round, which we have scheduled. So I guess this is like a testimonial that they are worth your while. So definitely check that out. The website has been pinned in the Discord if you want to go and learn more about Can I Play That, although it is just caniplaythat.com. We are going to be taking a break where we're going to be coming back at 11:30, and we're going to be going on to a panel, which I think is really important, moving disability representation beyond it matters. It was definitely a subject that kept getting hinted at yesterday. I think we've seen a little bit of wanting more of that today. And so I'm excited to have this panel coming up. So I will see you at 11:30. All right. I hope everyone had a nice little break. So we are back with moving disability representation beyond it matters. If you didn't hear the news already, and it's come up a couple times during the conference so far, now you know, representation matters. Disability representation matters as much as any other. These 4 developers have very different backgrounds, but they have one thing in common. They have all played a part in bringing nuanced and diverse disability representation to the industry. Join them as they come together for a coffee chat to share their stories, where it all started for them, how they convinced the people that needed convincing, where they found their accomplices, what was difficult, surprisingly easy, or maybe even fun.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our talk, which is Moving Disability Representation Beyond It Matters. My name is Morgan Rowe. My pronouns are she, her, and I work as a lighting artist for a studio called Hi-Res.
Hello, everyone. I am Morgan Baker. I go by the pronouns she, they, and I am an accessibility lead and game designer for The Odd Gentleman.
Hi, I'm.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were going in order of the slides. So, whoops. Sorry. Okay, so I'm Cherry Thompson, and I am accessibility project manager at Ubisoft.
I'm Mary Kenny, and I was last on the slide, so that was my whoopsie doodles. My pronouns are she, her. I am an advanced writer at Insomniac Games. I was most recently on Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales.
Forgive us, you guys. It's a little confusing because we're Morgan, Mary, and Cherry.
Which we didn't do on purpose. And
we didn't. It just is how it happened.
You can blame Ian.
We also wanted to say that while we may be disabled ourselves, we're not here to speak for everyone with disabilities. We just want to chat about like the work that it takes to get, this kind of work done and how to do it in appropriate and sensitive ways. We know that language is personal and it's evolving, and the language you use to identify with and to reflect others in the community, that's also evolving. We all have different backgrounds. We're, diverse people, but there's always more work to be done in intersectionality. We're holding these conversations to empower developers from every background and part of this work, and just to bring this conversation up and to give it more, bring it out into the light. So we hope that you will enjoy our talk. We're also going to do where I'm going to pose a question. I'll answer briefly first myself, and then we're going to raise our hands if any of our panelists have something else to add to this question. So, where did your journey in driving disability representation in the games industry start? Let's just talk about the work that we have done so far. So for me, what I really got, when I was really interested in disability representation was I was working with a friend of mine at school at DigiPen. We were on our senior project, and our main character only had one arm. And there were all these ideas that we were having at the start. We're like, oh, what if I was, it was very new. I didn't know much about, disability or like what was good to say or bad to say. And so I was like, what if, at the end, our character gets a prosthetic, like, oh, here's this cool thing that, the character is like complete. And my friend who had this disability was like, no, because I didn't understand. I was like, oh, he explained to me that it was bad because it suggests that the character is incomplete without this prosthetic, which is not at all true. People who are, amputees or have disabilities, they're complete people. They don't need anything to be, complete or finished. There's no like goal, they're already done. And so that just blew my mind. I was like, oh, there was so much I had to learn. And I think that was like my first real exposure to, disability representation and like how impactful that can be, and as an LGBTQ woman as well, I know that seeing people who are similar to me in media is a big deal. Mary.
I will hop in. So my journey began in 2019 when I started at Insomniac. And my first assignment on Miles was writing a quest line that was designed to make Miles fall in love with Harlem. He had just moved to Harlem and we wanted him to fall in love with Harlem. We wanted the player to fall in love with Harlem. And that meant creating a cast list of quest givers, and you would help them and you would fall in love with the neighborhood. And for me, what was really important immediately was capturing just the diversity of the neighborhood. And that, for writers, where we can limit ourselves a lot of the time is we start and stop with character traits, in terms of like, does this person have a temper or not? Is this person an introvert or not? And that's kind of as far as we go. We don't think about background. We don't think about abilities and disabilities. We don't think about, we don't think about religion or language or culture. We limit ourselves in that way. But diversity is so much more than that. And if we can be broader about that as we're creating our cast lists, we do create more authentic and interesting worlds constantly. But to do that work, you need to bring in the people who are experts in these areas and have these cultural backgrounds. So I had the idea of what if one of the characters that Miles met and interacted with was someone who uses American Sign Language. So from there, it was pitching the idea to animation and pitching the idea to casting and pitching the, and just kind of getting everybody on board. And once we did that, we put out the casting call for the character's name was Haley, and we cast Natasha Ofili, who is a deaf actress who plays her. And I can't praise Natasha enough, because her insights into how she would say things, when she would say things, which signs she would use, the unique signs that she came up with, it all just made it a really great, authentic experience. And it taught me a lot about what I want to create going forward and who needs to be in the room if we create anything. So like, that's where my journey began.
Morgan Baker.
And that was great. And thank you both for sharing. And for me, my journey began when I started really pursuing games accessibility as just more of a profession, which is back in 2017. And it's quite natural when you work in games accessibility, people will connect with you about characters who I guess traditionally would benefit from accessibility, so to speak. Though of course it's quite universal design in the regard, but people would connect with me, whether it's about things related to my own identities as someone who's deaf and has disabilities, or they would connect with me and say, I have this cool idea about a character, and they'd run it by me for like sensitivity. And I would oftentimes just connect them with someone who would serve as a better consultant. So that's kind of where it happened for me. It was kind of a natural occurrence being in the field of accessibility, people connecting with me about representation. So unfortunately, I can't talk about the cool stuff I'm doing, but you will see some announcements in the next year.
NDAs.
But that's my journey and where it began and where I am now.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so I love how all of our journeys are really different, like all of our, like the ways we got introduced to this work or inspired to do this work is so unique, which I think isn't always the case when it comes to sensitivity and representation. And I think that really just goes to show how disability as like a subject for representation has kind of come to the party late almost, where a lot of that work is already being done for a lot of other identities and experience and people's experiences. But that was kind of where I came from, was I actually have a previous career, so I'm older than I look, but I worked in film and TV and comics and art before games. And so I did a lot of work on diversity and kind of not necessarily directly like representation. You don't really call it that, or we didn't back then. It was more kind of like a broader work towards kind of representing voices and experiences and storytelling, really. So that was kind of my previous career. And then I came to games after my disabilities progressed and I couldn't work in those industries anymore because they were extremely physical. And I actually did some work for a while with the disability rights movement, and kind of in like physical accessibility, IRL accessibility. And so when I came to games, I really started to like look up to people that were already doing this work, but for other groups. So like Tanya DePass, who runs I Need Diverse Games. Like when she started that, it started, I believe, I might be wrong. So Tanya, if you're watching this and I'm saying like giving you the wrong backstory, I'm really sorry, but this is my recollection, was that started with like really poor representation in Dragon Age of the Black community. And so like, it's really, it really showed to me that like these things were already being done in games and were already being talked about, and people were already like paving the way. But it became really quickly clear to me that like there was no one visible doing it for disability at the time. So this was like quite a few years ago. And I was really surprised about that like it just kind of, well, I shouldn't have been surprised, but like it had kind of been left out, like often is in a lot of these discussions. It's kind of like almost like disability was or is still a little bit taboo, in that people are afraid to talk about it, or like don't know how to talk about it, or if they're disabled themselves and it's not necessarily like highly visible, then they won't necessarily even disclose. And so I actually, once I started getting to know people like Tanya, they started inviting me to the table to talk about like my experience with disability. And that actually like worked okay for me, just because it lent on my experience from my previous career, where I had done a lot of work with sensitivity and sensitivity reading and things like this. But at the time I was like, Morgan, like really working towards accessibility, like this disability, like representation and sensitivity wasn't what I thought like needed the strongest push at the time. But there was an opportunity where I gave my first talk at GaConf, the second GaConf, and that was a passionate talk about accessibility. And I was invited to give that at Microsoft for the Disability Bootcamp, and they gave me an hour instead of 30 minutes. And I was like, there's a lot I can say in an hour, but maybe I can squeeze in 10 minutes on representation at the end, just like, by the way. And the reason I did this was like, I just finally had enough. Like I was like, there were just a few things that happened that year where I think it was like The Last of Us Part 2, there was like a really like upsetting, like very triggering section of that. Not The Last of Us Part 2, sorry. Oh my gosh. That is on my brain because it's like literally everything anyone talks about at the moment in accessibility. So it's like the first thing, I meant Life is Strange too. Oh my gosh. I feel
similar
like
letters.
Yeah, exactly. That was a dyslexic moment. But everyone's faces, I was like, wait, I said something wrong. Anyway, so Life is Strange 2 had like a really painful and triggering moment. And then Detroit Become Human, like the disability representation in that was like, I don't consider these things disability representation because they were almost writing tools to evoke emotions from a player, and they were negative emotions. So they're tools to like evoke, and I've seen this in the film and TV industry as well, where you use like these difficult personal situations or characters to like really make someone feel bad or like trigger a particular emotion, and it was working. But for me, it was like really intense and felt very upsetting that this was still how disability was. All we ever saw in games was like really negative and either the villain or like untrusting or just like a pity party or, you know, things like this. So I did that, threw that into there. And then I was invited to give a full representation talk at GaConf. And I was like, oh gosh, I don't want to be known for this, but no one's doing it. So I guess I will. And thankfully my background in sensitivity, I think gives me the research background to have been able to give that talk, and then I went on to give it at GDC. So even before I was given those talks, I was being asked like, Morgan, like, can you talk to us about this character we want to do, or like, can you just tell us while you're working on this game, like, is there anything, like if anything pops up in terms of like our writing or our narrative, like just let us know, or our world building. And there were like a lot of conversations at places like the Coalition and things that I was having that really kind of veered towards like, oh, well, maybe we should actually be like showing that somehow in our game as well as like providing that accessibility. But after the talk, it actually, sorry, my backstory is really long. It's been a really long time.
It's very interesting. Thank you for sharing it with us.
I'm leaning in like, whoa.
It's really long. I'm going to wrap up real quick. So the talk led to Megan Marie at Crystal Dynamics is like, we have some things to talk about. We're working on a game. Can you, it's super top secret. It's going to be like the biggest NDA you've ever had in your life. And it was, because it was Disney. And like, that's serious business. But yeah, so I was flown to San Francisco to work on Marvel's Avengers for accessibility, but also like, she was like, after seeing your talk, we have some things to work on. So please help us. And so it was so top secret, I couldn't even say what city I was in. It was really funny. But before that, I worked on like indie games. Card Apocalypse was a really big one, which I'll get into in a minute. But yeah, there's a lot that hasn't been released yet. And there's
Marvel is big on their NDAs. Well.
Oh my gosh, it's intense. Yeah, I think a few of us have been there.
Yeah.
Mary especially.
Yeah, a little bit.
Thank you, Cherry, so much for sharing your journey with us. It's very interesting, and I'm sure that we'll find more in our upcoming questions points to touch on it.
I was say, Cherry, can I ping off something you said, because it was really smart, and I wanted to just make sure it gets brought up in this panel. I mean, everything you said was smart, to be clear, but like you were talking a little bit about like writing tools, and I think that is so often kind of one of the areas where we fail in representation, because like, I mean, writers do this all the time. Like everything is a tool, right? Everything is a tool to evoke a certain emotion, or to add a twist, or to keep interest. Like everything is a tool. That makes sense. But that can't just be how we talk about this when we're creating narratives. It's not just tools to do a thing, right? We're talking about people and experiences and personalities. And I think one thing that we overlook a lot, especially in video games, the question often is, it's what is the power fantasy, right? And immediately for a lot of us, that evokes some negative emotions for various reasons I'm not going to get into, but like, what's the power fantasy? I think sometimes the better question is, who gets to have the power fantasy, and what does that mean? Who gets to be the hero, and what does it mean to be heroic? And I feel like if you can start shifting your questions to that, you are already on your way to creating this better representation that we're talking about on this panel.
Yeah, I think that's so important, is like, who is it in your audience, and who is going to be playing this? Always, like, this is something I sometimes forget myself, but something I try to check in is like, act like that person's always in the room, because then that's how you're going to do your best work. I often forget that though, but
I feel like those are more interesting questions too, like whose power fantasy is this versus, because we've done the same story, the same game so many times. Let's shift things up a little. Yep. Let's move on to our next question, which is, let's chat about, challenges that we have faced. Did we have to convince people? Were there other roadblocks? I am a lighting artist. That is my official title. And it's definitely been difficult for me, because I will approach designers and I'll be like, listen, I've got friends in the accessibility community. I noticed this one thing, like maybe there's no visual cue for this noise thing, or there's, you can't toggle this other thing, or like there's, motion, head sways making people nauseous. And I'll try and bring these things up, and they'll be like, oh yeah, we've thought about that, but we just don't have time. And again, it's not my official position, so I have to just be like, can we try and make it a higher priority? And a lot of these things kind of take a backseat, which is really frustrating. But there has been, the nice thing is that people are interested and willing. That is at least a start. And they'll be like, or sometimes they'll even be like, oh, I hadn't thought about that. Like with me and my friend who, with our character who was missing an arm, people just don't think about it. And so even just mentioning these things and bringing them up means that next time they will be closer, in people's minds when they're designing something. Cherry.
Spoke for a really long time, so I feel like I should wait, but like you said something that actually made me think, and I love what you said about sometimes convincing people isn't necessarily convincing them that the work should be done or that it's something that needs to happen. Sometimes it's about convincing them that now is the right time. So I've definitely faced that in the I was in a really unique position as a freelance person before I joined Ubisoft, is that when you're freelance, you're brought in. And so you're not there to convince people necessarily, although there might be other people in the studio, the people that brought you in want you to convince, but like your main job isn't to convince people, it's to do the work. The convincing's been done, you're there to get it done. But I did, outside of the work I was invited to, experienced some really difficult conversations that as a disabled person, I had to like, were kind of like traumatizing, and I had to swallow, and I forgot them until like right until you said.
Oh,
But
no.
no,
I didn't mean to trigger you.
No, not at all. You didn't trigger me. Those conversations were a little bit, but like, I think it's really important to acknowledge and talk about. Like, I've definitely had conversations where people are like, you know, accessibility is more important than representation, and one thing at a time, you know, like, now is not the time for representation, you know, we've got to, you know, accessibility. And the difficulty with that is representation isn't just putting characters in your game, it's making sure you're not hurting people by what you're already doing. And that was what my talk was about, because at that time it felt like I had to pull like an emergency ripcord and be like, no one's done this talk at GDC, like it went over really well at GaConf, like I've really got to get the industry to listen. It wasn't about like, please put us in your games, it was like, stop putting us in your games like this, like this really hurts, like please, like all these tropes, you're falling into them. And like, the TV industry is already learning this. The film industry is already learning this. They're already way ahead in that journey in terms of like the harms for disability. It doesn't mean it doesn't still happen, but like TV tropes is there, like tvtropes.org is there, like it's all there. You just need to like know about it. And so there were a lot of conversations where it was just like, you know, we can't do everything for people at the same time. We have to do one thing at a time. I'm like, why not? You know, some of the people I had this conversation with, and obviously I'm not throwing anyone under the bus, but they were big studios and they were in powerful positions. And I was just like, you are the person that can do both of these things at once. Like this,
you have the resources.
Yeah, right. So like, that was a really difficult and interesting roadblock that I hadn't considered.
Yeah.
Yeah, you find yourself, if not now, when? Like, what are you waiting for? You know, is the big question. And I will say, so I guess I have an anecdote about this where I get it and don't agree. But like, so I'll use Haley, the character in Miles, as an example. First of all, the team was incredible. Like the animation team was like, yeah, this is going to be difficult, but dang, we're going to do it, and we're going to do it right, and we're going to get the motion capture, and we're going to get, you know, it's going to be great. So a ton of people, you know video game is made by one person, except, okay, maybe like 5 video games made by one person, but like most are made by big teams. And, you know, the whole team like really got together and made that possible. But it did invite a new problem in that, like, okay, so we've animated all these scenes where Haley is using ASL and Miles is using ASL, and they're both using ASL, and life is great. And then, you know, the question became, so we had captions for all of that. So what if you don't use ASL, so you can't understand, and what if you can't read captions? Now what? And so that's a new accessibility problem, right? So we had to solve that then with like recording those lines and recording voiceover narration, but that took a while to solve. So on the one hand, I get it in that solving one problem often does create another, but then you can solve those problems. Like if you put enough brains in the room and people are working together to solve it, these are problems that have solutions. You know, you just need to do it. Like, you know.
Yeah. I think there's one thing I'm going to say towards that is that like sometimes not doing them both at the same causes you problems too, right? Like if you create an accessible game and people with disabilities are playing your game and it's accessible and you have representation that hurts them, or like you have a part of your story that hurts them, or like they're not in that world and they're just completely invisible. Like sometimes it's just small things like Watch Dogs 2, which is a game I love, and I can call out because I work at Ubisoft, but like I love it. And that game spoke to me on a representation level because of the neurodiversity in the game and things like this. But like none of the streets in that San Francisco had a curb cut, and that's just not San Francisco. So it was like really disorienting, and like it can be like these little things of like, why are there steps into everywhere when that isn't San Francisco? Why is there no curb cuts? Like, why are there no disabled people in the street? Like, it can, like, representation isn't just about writing a character, right? Yeah.
It's
that's why if you,
world building. It's about feeling, like that world building.
Yeah.
And it's a team effort. I mean, that's a good point. Like, you know, I can write the heck out of a character, but if the environment art's not supporting it, and if the animation team's not supporting, I mean, you're right. It's a team-wide effort to make these better worlds and these more inclusive worlds.
That's actually something I did with Avengers that was really interesting. Was so I actually when I was there and we were working on representation. So one of the roadblocks really quick was that sometimes you're working, I'm sure you've experienced this, Mary, where you're working with canon that already exists from a franchise that has come from elsewhere or has a long history in comics or movies or books or anything. And you're working with that canon and that story, and that canon, that story has really difficult representation that, you know, you have to honor. Like with Avengers, it was MODOK, like that could be seen as, you know, the bad guy who's disabled and like disfigured. And so therefore you want to balance that by bringing in more disability representation. So there's like Hawkeye who's deaf, which is great. So you can bring that from the canon, but then you need to go beyond that because you want to do better. Like you want to move it forward, you want to be progressive. And so like that was why they had me mocap a character in that game, which is the game people most know me for representation. We experienced some roadblocks in terms of like production, which is like a totally different thing. Like there's actually way more that we mocapped than what is in the game and things like that. So like sometimes you can't be as extensive as you want to be, and that's really important to acknowledge. But like that was kind of it. Once we decided, okay, well, we're going to have a character that uses a wheelchair. What if that world isn't accessible? So like the big focus for us was A-Day, which was the beginning of the game. And it's like this big like convention for players and fans, and well, they weren't players, but comics fans and like fans of the Avengers. And so there was going to be disabled people in the crowd. Like we wanted to make sure there was like not just someone who used a wheelchair in the crowd, but like other disabilities represented in the crowd and things like this. And like, if we're going to have Hawkeye, then we need to have other characters with hearing aids visible in the game, because sometimes you have to focus on what makes a disability visible, which is unfortunate as well, right? Like sometimes you have to do that.
Well, it helps normalize things.
Right. Yeah. And sometimes if you're not going to have that character have a backstory or speak, then they need to be visibly disabled if you're going to do that. We had an interpreter on the stage at A-Day who did ASL, which was a whole thing on like at the time. I don't know if you experienced this, Mary, because I think Miles Morales came enough later that maybe it wasn't such a barrier, but for us, we were struggling with mocap at the time wasn't detailed enough to actually do ASL very well, because of like mocapping fingers is actually really, and hands is actually a huge challenge.
It's hard to get faces.
We had to go to the people at Sony and rig up specific, like to capture each finger. Yeah, they had to add additional dots to each finger so we could capture enough data. Yeah.
Right. There's some really cool tech that's been coming out for mocap, but that's a different talk.
It's awesome though, because that was like definitely the thing. Like even when I did my mocap, like it projects like a quick human model on the person once you've done your T-pose. It couldn't do that for me because I wasn't standing. It didn't have
that's
to. It wasn't
great
the
point.
Biased algorithms, you know, in our tech. And so
you have to have a whole animation rig separate. That's
yeah,
I get excited about tech.
So there was like way more work to be done for me. So like going the extra mile to like include my character was like a big thing. But so like to finish off my thought on that was like the big thing that we did was we made sure A-Day was accessible. I went through every part of that level and I was like, here needs a ramp, here needs a ramp, here needs to be level. This bit's got like a little ledge, like your artists need to like smooth this out. Like, and then we went actually to E3 and built a replica of A-Day and the airship, and we had to make sure the booth was accessible and ADA compliant and all of that. So like it kept going, but like if you keep doing all those little steps and you're invested, then it really pays off because people were super happy.
It's important for sure. Okay. If we don't have any more things to say about this question, let's move on to our next one. So what are some of our keys to success? How did we overcome, challenges, and what learnings can we share with other developers? This is, it takes a lot of patience. Morgan's got something to say. I'll let you hit us off. I still got to mull this one over.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Actually, and this ties in because I was thinking of a challenge, but it was so like off topic that I was like, I'll just bring it up and melt it into the next thing.
It's a great time now.
The big thing that I run into is that a lot of people, especially when they're writing or like designing for a character, is the lack of just positive representation of that disability just in general. So they try to pull from old source material. Oh, there's this movie, there's this book. And then I have to be like, okay, so let's step back for a second and talk about how like that character actually is not representative of this community, especially when you look at like deaf folks and see any like sensory, blind, low vision, all these things. Wheelchair, every single wheelchair is a villain. And they're like, oh, what about this character? And it's like, okay, let's step back for a second. And so the question of what are our keys to success and how do we overcome these challenges? Nothing About Us Without Us involve creators with disabilities, whether it's consultants, whether it's having them as writers, even if it's just a contract, or literally having them be part of the creative process, especially from the beginning during like creating the vision all the way into execution, because that's how you're going to get a character who's not only properly represented, but also more authentic. I'm deaf, so I can actually tell like if, you know, okay, Haley's good character, so this isn't at Haley, but like I can tell, like I'll see sometimes like a deaf character and I'm like, okay, well they clearly, this was not written by someone who's ever actually interacted with a deaf person before. Like this is very clear to me.
Or in TV, you'll see hearing people who are playing deaf.
Yeah, oh,
you
and
can always tell.
It's super, super like cringe because you see like they're signing and you can tell it's like, oh, but I've been practicing for like a year, and it's like, oh, I wish how simple that was.
It's the same with wheelchair users. Like when people are like this, you're like, okay, get out of that chair.
There's the handles, and it's like, okay, let's back up again, and try. So like that's what I think the key to success, because people are constantly pulling from old source material, decades old, that like has not been used or written by people who have those experiences. So they're sometimes just not up to date, or two, they just are not actually good representation. And it's really hard because it's like, you know, well then how do I not, I'm sure I'm married for you, because there's like some good deaf representation, but there's a lot of not good representation. There's more of that than the former. And so it's like, how do we, you know, sift through and figure out, you know, when I'm trying to look for inspiration, and the idea is, again, nothing about us without us. You just involve devs who hire devs with disabilities, baby, you know, get people involved in that creative process. And Mary, I liked when you brought up, you know, working with Natasha, and it's just like, I realized like we needed these people in the room, because otherwise we're just gonna miss when we throw that dart. And
yeah. I can absolutely bounce straight off that, because it is, I mean, that was the, speaking as a writer, you know, a lot of times I think that writers get defensive because it's always like, well, if only the writers were better. And it's like, we're doing our best, but you know, we're often the smallest team on a game. So we're doing our best we can. But as I'm going to put that caveat out there and then say that's true, but we also need to be a little less precious, because like, good intentions aren't enough. And it's, I would say, for both Natasha and I can't speak well enough about Josh Castile, who was also, he was kind of our interpreter, and he did a lot of he just did a lot of education for the team. I mean, he taught us, like, he told us a lot about culture.
So critical.
He specifically, one of the first things he called out was, you know, when you watch movies about people who use ASL, it's often like you have these beautiful shots that are focusing on their hands, but you can't see their faces. So like you can't actually see what they're saying, and it's ridiculous. And, you know, stuff like that we just didn't know. So I remember specifically one day on the mocap stage, Natasha was there and he was there, and they were reading through a script that I had written that was Haley and Miles flirting with each other, because of course they were. And Josh was so sweet and was just like, obviously trying not to make me mad, and was just like, so this isn't how a deaf person would say this. And I was like, dude, change it. Like, change it up. I want it to be right. I don't care. My words do not matter as much as the intention. Let's get it right. And so with Josh and Natasha was able to like, let's tweak this and move this around. And then even like in terms of the way that Haley uses ASL versus the way Miles does, their fluency is different. And that is reflected in their signing. And that's not something that I can write or direct because I can't, like, you know, and it's just knowing when to be a little more hands off, like no pun intended, but like being a little more hands off there and saying like, this is what we want. This is the story intention. Go forth and conquer. Like, you're going to make better art with it. So don't be weird about it. just like involve people in the process and it'll be better. Like it's not that hard.
I think that's a good point of just saying, you know, one of our successes is acknowledging our weaknesses, acknowledging our deficiencies, saying, I don't know enough about this.
Yeah.
Cherry, yeah, you had something to say.
I think Morgan actually was before, but it was like a cute little thing, so I wasn't sure if it was a hand or not. So go ahead, Morgan.
Cherry, you can go ahead.
Okay, if you're sure, because I feel like I've spoken a lot.
Go ahead, Cherry. We'll go with you, and then we'll touch back to Morgan.
Okay. So there's, I think, bouncing off both, like what all of you said, like you set me up so well for this is great. I think there's like a little bit of a caveat in terms of like inviting people to be the people that you go to answer your questions on whether something is the right way to do it or not. Is we have a tendency in the video game industry so far, and this isn't just with disability representation, this is with representation of all underrepresented and marginalized communities. And this happens a lot, not just in like when we make games, but like with Twitch and other institutes that are involved with the gaming culture, is we have a tendency to be like, okay, you on the team, you know, you are from the Black community, you are Asian, like you are, you know, disabled, you are LGBTQIA, blah, like, come tell us, you know, and that actually can be quite risky for not just that person, but also the people doing it. So I think safety is really important. And for me, like one of the big learnings is research, like, and experience, and like, that's where like involving a consultant is going to be really different to involving just someone with someone with firsthand experience that doesn't have that research or sensitivity background or things like this. Like, you need to do all of it. Like, it's not just like inviting those people to the table. It's also making sure you have specialists or people with expertise that have done the research or like know about tropes and know about writing tools and know about, you know, how this stuff is made and can give you that feedback in that way. And then at the same time, I think what Mary said about like live feedback and being flexible, like that's really important, and actually something that happens naturally in film and TV, and that is actually how film and TV is made. Like, those actors don't go on their set and do that script word for word as it's been written. They'll often, like, you know, add their own little touch, or like it doesn't have to be exact to the script for that reason. And I think, yeah, in games we're a little bit more precious, and like that definitely we need to be more flexible for sure. Cardpocalypse, I love that team so much. Little indie that I worked with a few years ago now, and honestly I was crying the whole time. I was like trying to get through it. So I was working on accessibility and also giving them feedback on their writing and their representation of their main character, who's a little wheelchair using kid and is freaking amazing. Like, what, almost swore at GaConf, which would not be the first, but like almost. She is just one of my favorite written disabled characters ever. But there were a couple of moments where they were like, can you really dig into this and like make sure this isn't insulting? Or like there was one point where like one of the other characters, they're trying to solve a mystery, climbed on the back of her wheelchair to reach something, and they were like, would that be insulting to that person? And I was like, it depends how close those people are, and if they've had permission before to touch her wheelchair, then like actually this would be a really cute moment to show that like they are really close and that they are best friends, and that like this is a like intimate moment. And so they're like, oh good, this is really great to hear. But at the same time, the actual things they were saying to each other didn't match, and like there was something later on that was like a little bit uncomfortable. So like the writer, who is awesome, was just like, yes, let's change it. And I'm really bad with names, and I feel so bad that I suddenly can't remember her name. I'm so
we can always look
so sorry.
Yeah. It's okay.
So but yeah,
let's wrap. Morgan, did you have anything that you wanted to add to this?
I think actually that's like a pretty good like package for like this entire thought. So
cool. We've got 2 more questions and we're running a little bit short on time, so I'd like to at least touch on them. Let's move on to question number 4, which is, what's one thing that we think a non-disabled developer should know if they want to do this work but aren't sure where to start? And I think we kind of answered this in our previous question about success. Is the big thing is acknowledge what you don't know, talk to, consultants and people who are professionals in this area. Yeah, Morgan. Oh, we can't hear you.
Thanks. I wouldn't know.
You're good.
But I read this tweet. I want to add to this thought. And it was by Lucas Brown Eyes. He's a Native American TV. Have you seen his work? It's great. He's written for like HBO, Netflix, Disney. Amazing. And recently they made something where it said, like, and this is super rough. This is not like the rule of thumb, but it's just like something good to keep in mind for developers. If you have a character with disabilities, and in this context, he was talking about Native American, but everyone was talking about, oh, wow, this is applicable to a lot of things. If you have just a character anywhere in the universe, it's good to, at the very, very least, involve one or more consultant. That makes sense. If you have a character and you're involving the community as a whole, let's say we have the deaf community, or we have whatever, the Black community, whatever it may be, you should really have some sort of writer on your team to help really accentuate that, who understands that and comes from that background. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense. And then the last one is if you have like a protagonist or like a main character, or like the main character's best friend who shows up every single episode, you really should have one of like the co-creators or co-writers be of that background, who understands it at its core. And of course we can have like, people who can research and do all these things, but I've seen before people do research and then it's like, oh no.
Oh, no, that's the bad research.
For example, in a textbook, and then it's like, oh no. When you see what they came up with.
Well, I think it also comes.
That's not like a set stone, but I think it's a really good, just quick way to think about it. If you're looking at your characters and your universe and your world building, and you're like, how do I involve people? That's like a good way to start to think about it.
For sure. I think it refers back to what you were saying about people will do research by looking at bad examples, which is why involving real people helps a lot.
Yeah, so I think since I mentioned research, that actually gives me a good opportunity to explain what I meant by that, just so that people that are watching know what I particularly meant. Was like, I think the research part of it for me is like not what a developer should do who isn't from that background. For me, it's more like, if you want to get into this work and this is your firsthand experience, then the way to bring yourself safety is to make sure you're connected to the wider community, and like disability rights, and the history, and the mistakes that have been made in other industries, and you are connected to all of this, and you're connected to the wider community, and you're not just speaking from yourself, because that's when you find safety. Is that it's not just safety in the situation in like terms of giving feedback, it's safety with your community, and safety when the published work comes out and things like this. So the research for me is like people that want to be a consultant or want to do this work as a writer or things like this, but also going beyond there is like bring in a consultant. Yes, one or two, try to bring in as many as you can afford or you can find. Sometimes there aren't any, like consultants for disability representation in games is extremely rare, but like you can look outside at film and TV, and there's more and more people doing it in those areas. But you don't just do that. You also workshop with people. So instead of inviting one person from your team that has that one background, then like to get practical, what you do is you workshop with a group of people, more than like a focus group, but like an actual workshopping of like bouncing ideas back and forth. And like, this is a lot of the work I've done on representation. Like I worked with the Horizon, Zero Dawn and Forbidden West teams. And some of the work we did with the narrative team was like really like workshopping that and like, okay, so let's work through what you've already got, what your intentions are, and like what the world is that you want to build. And then the last thing relating to that is my one thing for people to remember is like, you can't please everyone with a single character. You won't include everyone with one character. You won't represent everyone. Disability is such a diverse community because we're literally the most intersectional community there is. We have people from every background, every culture, every race, like everything, is in the disability community. And so therefore there's so many different experiences and understandings and opinions and feelings about what our disabilities mean to us that you're not going to. And there was someone on a representation panel years ago that I heard say this, so I don't want to claim these words for myself. So I don't remember who it was, but I'm just going to say the thing that she said was, if you have one character as a representation of that community or that type of person, it will by default be a stereotype because you only have one representation.
It's a good point. I hadn't thought about that. Morgan, did you have something to say?
Oh my gosh, Cherry, I agree so much. I'm like sitting here, like my head is just like woo, 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 up and down. One of the coolest things I love is when I was in graduate school, I researched disability identity theory, and that was like my whole thing. And one of the cool things is that the disability identity, as well as the extensions of that, is it's one of the very few fields where it's completely holistic in its identity, because there's way too many variables. We have age, we have culture, we have ethnicity, we have race, and everything kind of comes in together to create, wow, it's like we're segueing into the conversation of intersectionality. Yeah. Oh, I'm a natural, but it is true. Like for the disability identity, like, okay, when I talk to people and they talk about like deaf characters and all these things, I always say there's no such thing as one unique deaf experience.
Yeah. Except
in media, you would think there would be, but there is not. There is dozens of us. Dozens. There's many different ways.
Lots of different opinions.
It's like in autism, we say if you've met one person who's autistic, you've met one person who's autistic. Like we're so different that we often don't get on. Like that's how different the community is. But yeah, that's the workshopping, right? Is like when you workshop, you make sure you have people with disabilities, people with all sorts of kinds of disabilities, but also from different socioeconomic backgrounds, different cultures, different races. Like you make sure you're representing intersectionality in those workshops, because that's how you get people with those voices in that space and give them a platform and give them power to talk about who they are and what it means for them and how their identities intersect. And, you know, the same with being LGBTQIA, like that really influences my experience of disability in ways that I could never cover in this topic because we're almost run out of time already. But yeah.
We're getting short on time. So I think let's, you know, if we have any final thoughts, you guys, that you'd like to share, but we are just about at the time. I want to say, you know, anything else that Morgan, Sherry, Mary, you'd like to add? Yeah, Mary, go ahead.
Yeah, I would love to add, you know, again, like I kind of hinted at this earlier, but like a lot of the spotlight is often put on writers. We need more writers. We need more writers. Yes, writers are great. I like me, but it really is, you need people who are from different backgrounds and have different experiences at all levels, because again, like when we're creating games, we're not just creating writing, right? We can't be, we're not making books. So we need environment artists and designers and creative leads and directors and game directors. Like having a diverse writing team is very important. Having a diverse game creation team is also very important, because like as a writer, I can't see, like I don't oversee everything that goes in a video game. That would be wild. Like I get, you know,
yeah. So it's like Jerry was saying about ramps, you know, the environment artists got to build those ramps.
Yeah. So it's like, it is bringing in those consultants, bringing in different people, but it's not just one single department that needs to be thinking about this. It's every department needs to be thinking about this and then working together. Haley would not work if the other departments had not signed on. Like if we had not been able to cast the right person, if we had not been able to animate, like it, you know, it really is a team-wide effort to make it work and to make it better and to like keep building on the progress we've already made and create these more diverse and inclusive worlds. It takes everybody. Like,
yeah, 100%. Cherry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's so important because like, so I'm a game designer. So like for me, like narrative isn't even my work. Like I have been a writer in the past. I have worked with narrative. Like I have done some of that work, but it's not something that like I think I'm good at. So it's not my focus in games, but I'm a designer. Like my brain is systems, everything's a system. And so for me, like, I think it's really important for people to understand who aren't part of the narrative team or the writing team, that even that is design, and it's so interwoven with games design that like you can't do one without the other. And I think that's what's unique about games in terms of representation compared to like film or TV. You're also having to think about all this giant puzzle of like, okay, but if our game design doesn't actually interact with that representation, well, it's going to feel like tokenism, or like it's going to feel like it's not really part of the like core experience and things like this. So yeah, it's like, it's such a multifaceted organizing situation. And then you also, going back to safety, need that space for people to be able to speak up if something doesn't feel right.
This is very true.
And as a backup for that, because you can't just leave it up to people with firsthand experience to be the ones to say, we're going to, you know, this is a problem. You can't rely on the fact that you think it's safe, that they will feel safe. So you need process, like you need processes in place to catch problematic language, to catch, you know, difficult topics, to like have people review things as early as possible. And so we've been doing that a lot better at Ubisoft, and we've been trying to work that into our processes. And that's how I ended up working on Immortals Phoenix Rising, to double check some things towards the end of development. There was like some things that actually got flagged in like an automated system for language. And so we had to like change like so much of the script, like literally the night before voice recording, which was like a whole thing. At the beginning of the pandemic, no less. It was like intense. But like if you have those systems in place, the earlier the better, obviously, because then you're not in that situation. But like those systems can definitely help with that. So it's not just people, you need process, and you need, you know, those business arms involved to make sure that you're not relying on people with firsthand experience.
It applies to the same idea of, you want to have your accessibility baked in, you want to have your representation baked in. Like the earlier you think about it, the better. Morgan, did you have some closing thoughts for us?
My closing thoughts. I agree.
I'm kind of like that too. I'm just like, yeah.
I think I talked enough, so I'm just like, yes, preach, everyone. I agree for everything. Nothing about us without us. Have the interactive process and bake in your representative characters. And so I normally say bake in your accessibility, but now I can say bake in your representation. I love it. Yes,
it works. Yeah. All right.
And let's make room for like more people to do this work. Like we've got to acknowledge that the reason, like we're all quite diverse on this panel, but we don't look diverse. Like we've got like multiple genders on this panel. We've got like multiple like queer experiences, so many different types of disabilities and different backgrounds and economic backgrounds. But we also have been able to do the work first because we're white, and we have to acknowledge that, right? Like we've been the first people into that space, and now we need to keep the door open. Like we need to bring people with us. We can't just be the people that are leading the way. We have to step back and let other people lead.
For sure. That is very important. We could do it'd be nice to do a whole talk and get into more of that if we could, but we've reached our time limit. Thank you guys so much for, listening. It has been a pleasure to give this talk, and thank you, Morgan, Cherry, and Mary. And I hope to talk to you all later. All right.
Thank you, Morgan, Mary, and Cherry. That is a really fun name collage we put together there. Excellent panel. And I don't want to keep everyone too long because I know we're getting ready to roll into our lunch break. So just some thoughts. It was highlighted multiple times in this panel that good intentions aren't enough. I mean, it's even said, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Cherry stated it in the Discord. I really can't state it enough. If you want to consult on representation, please make sure you're educated on your entire community, the tropes, the things said in film and TV, social media. You need to be clued in to do this work. Making mistakes in this field, which we all do, can be a bit more likely to be unsafe or hurtful. But at the same time, Cherry also say, acknowledging our weaknesses? Is this the theme of GaConf 21? Apparently. And it is really important that everyone in game development is a part of the representation process. It can really take you out of the moment when you know that something isn't realistic. I mean, as soon as I heard that, I couldn't stop thinking about actually Game of Thrones when Bran ends up using a wheelchair in Winterfell, like just rolling around like Winterfell was accessible. You cannot tell me that there was a ramp anywhere in Winterfell, and it just magically worked after that moment. It really brought me out of it, right? But that's why those sorts of things really matter in terms of everyone being involved. So with that, we are going to take our lunch break, and we will be back at 1:15. So please go have food, snacks, some Battenberg cake, I don't know, maybe some bacon, and of course, have a good old cup of tea. Be sure to be posting all of your lovely food in the snacks and beverages channel. And of course, if you haven't looked at it already, maybe take lunchtime to look at our Redbubble shop with all of our available merch. See you after lunch. Hello, everyone. I hope that you had a great lunch with lots of yummy food. I see some updates in the snacks and beverages channel. And I'm not gonna lie, this pasta that Ian made looks delicious. Also, so much chili and garlic, never a bad thing. I'm not sure you can have too much of either of those. So now that we are on the back half of the day, we are going to be having Through a Glass Darkly, entering game worlds through audio description. This presentation will provide an intro to audio description in gaming and examine how the inclusion of audio description for game trailers and cutscenes can create a more inclusive and immersive experience for blind and low vision players. Let's check it out.
A black screen. Words appear in white. Title: Through a Glass Darkly, Entering Video Game Worlds Through Audio Description. A white middle-aged man with graying brown hair and a white beard sits in front of a white wall. He wears a green and blue check shirt and has earphones in his ears. Words appear: Reese Lloyd, Studio Head. Descriptive Video Works. He smiles.
Hi, I'm Reese Lloyd, Studio Head for Descriptive Video Works. We are a company that specializes in audio description. What you heard off the top was an example of audio description, but for the sake of providing a clear definition, audio description is an accessibility service aimed primarily at viewers who are blind or low vision. Audio description offers a verbal description of the relevant visual components of a work of art or media product so that patrons who are blind or have low vision can fully access its form and content. The descriptions of essential visual elements have to be inserted into the natural pauses in the original soundtrack of the production, i.e. they interact but do not interfere with the dialogue or other important elements of the soundtrack. To date, the most common areas where you would encounter audio description have been on TV or in movie theaters. The practice started back in the 1990s when WGBH pioneered the service, and it has benefited over the years from activism, agitation, and legislation. Increasingly, with entertainment content moving to a subscription and streaming model, the economics of inclusion have accelerated the incorporation of audio description in content. For those of you who are blind or have low vision, you will be familiar with the challenge of watching content that is not audio described. But for everyone else, here's an example of what that's like.
Oh, sorry, just drying my hair.
Merry Christmas!
Oh, Merry Christmas to you.
That was a clip from the Mr. Bean Christmas special, and while that's a fairly extreme example, it represents the disorientation of the experience of watching a program with no description. I should add, by the way, that this program was aired with description, and I was using this purely as a demonstration example. So that covers a basic intro to what audio description is. But how does that factor into gaming after all? TV and film are linear mediums and video games are interactive, so how does it work in gaming? When we look at audio description as an accessibility feature in gaming, we look at the full picture of all elements, from marketing to competition to gameplay itself. The most obvious place to start incorporating audio description in the gaming world is trailers. After all, these are already a linear media form, so they bear a similarity to TV and film. Concerns have been raised about whether it's creating a false message to have a described trailer if the game itself is not described. I'm going to turn to accessibility advocate and consultant Dr. Amy Kavanagh to address the value of audio description in a trailer. In this case, she's speaking about Assassin's Creed Valhalla from Ubisoft.
As a low vision player, having an audio described trailer just meant everything for me. I could enjoy the hype for the next hotly anticipated Assassin's Creed game, just like everyone else. And I was tagged by the team in the audio described trailer when it went online, and that felt so inclusive and powerful. It made a statement about their commitment to inclusivity in the game. It gave me confidence that as a blind, low vision player, I would be able to enjoy it. And it was so exciting. I even got myself my own special edition Eivor as part of, my hype. Like, I was ready for this game. I knew what Eivor was going to look like because I had the audio description. I would really encourage game studios to do it because it's fun. It's an accessible way to include another audience, and it adds a level of creativity to that hype and to that release moment that I would really encourage. So yeah, audio describe it. Pays off.
Now that we've heard from Amy, it seems only fair to the rest of you to experience the trailer in question. Here's a sample of audio description in gaming trailers, and thank you to Ubisoft for granting permission to share this trailer.
Dusk, snow-covered mountains surround a Norse town.
They are heartless.
An older bearded Northman greets a boy and girl. Next, under glowing northern lights, villagers gathered around a blonde Viking as he approaches a large statue of Odin. A woman wearing ceremonial garb turns.
Godless barbarians.
Blood drips from her hand as she lifts it from a basin. She marks the Viking's face. He gazes up at Odin. Dawn. Long ships sail away from the town towards a sunlit horizon. The ships traverse a rough sea. Next, they reach a green and vibrant coast. At night, Vikings raid a village.
They murder and kill blindly.
The blonde Viking allows a mother with children to flee. Villagers burn along a countryside. Night changes into day, a Norse settlement being erected.
They scour the lands of England. Lands they will never defend, never love.
Fade to a dark-haired king.
The time has come to speak to them in a language they will understand.
He stamps a royal seal under a letter reading war. A brunette advisor takes the letter. With gloved fingers, the king extinguishes a candle. At night on a river, the Viking longships emerge from within thick fog. They land on a sandy shore. The blonde Viking's eyes shift upwards. The sky above begins to glow. A mass of fiery arrows rain down. Shield! Vikings raise wooden shields. A flaming arrow strikes a man's neck. They hurry from their ships. Next, on a battlefield blanketed in fog, the Vikings meet armored enemy forces. Wielding an axe, a Viking beheads a soldier. Another drives a spear through a soldier's chest. Soldiers cut the Viking down. On a hill, the king's advisor on horseback. On the battlefield, the older Norseman dismembers a soldier. The Norseman fights off a spearman, but is impaled by another. The blonde Viking hurls a hatchet, striking the spearman in the forehead. The blonde Viking rests the deceased Norseman's hands over his axe. Lightning flashes overhead. From the hill, the blonde Viking wields double battle axes. Staring at a large armored knight, the advisor motions towards the battle. On the battlefield, the blonde Viking rages as he slices into soldiers. Glaring, he stares across the field. A cloaked, bearded, elderly man leans against a tree. The man vanishes as lightning flashes. A raven soars from the tree.
Odin is with us!
Vikings and soldiers gather. The blonde Viking turns to face the large knight. Now holding a single axe, the blonde Viking grabs a sword as he charges at the knight, who smashes him aside with his own blade. The Viking dodges a blow, then drives his sword into the knight's thigh. The knight backhands the Viking away, then pulls the blade from his leg. The Viking strikes, glance off of the knight's armor. The knight cuts the Viking's axe head from its sharp. He headbutts the Viking, who staggers. The knight grabs the Viking, then puts his sword to his throat. He glances back at the advisor, who signals. Suddenly, the Viking plunges a hidden blade on the outside of his gauntlet through the knight's eye hole. The knight falls to his knees. The Viking pulls his stained blade out. Blood spills from the knight's helmet. The advisor stares with wide eyes. The Viking glares. What is the soul?
Watching that trailer gives you a good sense of how audio description interplays with the production audio and can elevate the visual environment for gamers who are blind or have low vision. Audio describers work very hard to fit the most vivid descriptions into the smallest gaps between dialogue, music, and key sound effects. It can be very challenging, and it requires training and experience to excel at picking the perfect phrasing. But the results speak for themselves in terms of creating an immersive experience. For trailers, we've found the best results come through collaboration with the team involved in producing the trailer. There are often hidden visual elements in a trailer that would be caught and enjoyed by a fan of the game, but might not stand out to a describer when reviewing the material. We rarely have the opportunity to describe everything. Collaborating with the production team allows us to incorporate these elements into the description and ensure that the viewer gets the same inside information that a sighted viewer would receive. After these initial meetings, a script is created from the final materials. No point in describing things that might not make the final cut. And concurrent with that is the important process of voice casting. It's important that the voice works within the world of the game but stands out from any other voices in the trailer. Once the script is reviewed and approved, it gets recorded and then mixed in with the production audio, ensuring that the ducking of the primary audio is done seamlessly to allow the audio description to supplement but not supplant the primary track. And then voila, an audio described trailer is complete. Now, there are other ways in which audio description can be incorporated into the gaming world. Live audio description has been incorporated recently into gaming awards shows and launch events. It could also be incorporated into esports tournaments. But it doesn't need to stop there. Audio description can be incorporated into actual gameplay elements like cutscenes, cinematics, and intro screens to immerse the player more fully in the world of the game. This process involves the describer receiving as much script material as available and working with individual clips to provide evocative descriptions that capture both the environment and the mood of the game. Consultation with game writers and developers is key to ensure all elements are properly understood and captured. Once recorded, the final product can be incorporated into a game in much the same way like a localized language track works. In terms of when audio description can be incorporated into the game, it can happen at any time, early in development, late in production, or even post-release. Traditionally, audio description is added once all final elements are received. However, off the top of this presentation, you also heard some audio description. This was a rare case where the visual content was created to incorporate sufficient time for a full description. Incorporating the description at early stages of the development could allow the immersive experience of audio description to reach new heights. It could even allow the player to make choices about how much description they hear at different points of the game. With the growing convergence of interactive content and linear media, there are exciting opportunities for the gaming community to influence the next stage of development for audio description. So should you incorporate audio description into your game? I'll leave the final word to our good friend, Brandon Cole.
Video games today are massive. They are full of giant worlds, sprawling vistas, amazing views. And audio design is one thing. Audio design can communicate a lot of information to a blind or visually impaired player. But to really convey the epicness of the views and the tremendous art that goes into a video game is not enough. Audio description in video games would help with that. Audio description would increase our immersion by describing the environments we're traversing through as we play a game, or even as we're listening to a game. Even if a game only had audio description as an accessibility feature and wasn't otherwise playable, it would at least increase our enjoyment. We would take in a game much like we take in a movie or TV show today. Audio description in video games is the future. It is the way to convey the amazing scenery of a game to a blind person. And I absolutely believe that it should be considered by all developers in the future as we go forward.
Thank you so much for that talk. I actually think Ian in chat summed it up perfectly. I love both the practical examples and how you ground it in the words and experience of blind gamers. Nailed it. I love the things that were highlighted here and in chat, like such as audio description is another avenue, another opportunity for showing creativity. And that when you get to like most accessibility, plan for it early. You can collaborate on key elements to make sure as many people as possible get to enjoy it. I also want to commend Ubisoft for really being one of the studios who's put in a massive amount of work in their audio description because they've been doing an amazing job for sure. We are going to be taking a short break and then we will be back in 9 minutes at 1:40 for making the big con accessible. So I will see you then. Have a good break. All right. I hope you enjoyed that short break. Our next talk is going to be making the big con accessible. We love having retrospectives, postmortems, developers talking about what they did to make their game accessible, which is why we're super excited to have this one. And this accessibility postmortem of the recently released adventure game, The Big Con, Tabby will discuss how her background in science communication and education shaped her approach to user experience design. Let's take a look.
All right, hello and welcome to my talk about making the Big Con accessible. So hi, I'm Tabby Rose and I'm the UX director at Mighty L. My background was actually not originally in games, but instead in biology and medical illustration. Although today's talk is definitely about UX in games, I like to think that my approach is a little bit based in my former science education life as well, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on. So Mighty L's debut game, The Big Con, launched on August 31st. The Big Con is a 90s comedy adventure game about Allie, a teen whose mom's video store is under threat from loan sharks. Allie decides to ditch Bandcamp and go on a cross-country adventure to con people out of their cash and save the store. It was a blast to work on, and I'm super proud that it's out now. This is my first role as a UX and UI designer, so I'd like to do a little bit of a postmortem, talk about my process and helping our game to come to life. Specifically, I wanted to talk about my work in making the Big Con accessible in the hopes that it inspires some designers out there to make their games more accessible too. So let's talk about some of the accessibility features in the Big Con. When I talk about accessibility, I'm not just talking about options, although all options are accessibility options too. I mean that the entire UI and UX is designed with the player in mind, and knowing that we want as many people as possible to be able to play out of the gate. So that means there are built-in accessibility features as well as options and also communication outside the game itself to facilitate an enjoyable experience for players. So large font size and high text contrast help make dialogue easier to read from farther away or with low vision. All of our dialogue in UI was contrast tested to make sure it passes WCAG guidelines, which is meant for web but works perfectly well for games too. We use large interaction regions for things like pickpocketing, eavesdropping, and picking up items to make it easier to move around the world and do stuff in it, even if you don't change any of the other difficulty options. Information is usually communicated through multiple channels like icons, color, and movement as opposed to color alone. We don't have voice acting, but also none of the audio in the game is required to hear to play, although it is used to enhance the experience. And we always show what buttons need to be used for different actions in the UI so that players don't need to remember that information. There are also features which are optional, meaning players can either choose whether to take advantage of them or they can be directly altered in the options menu. So we implemented a one-button difficulty option for pickpocketing, which is a major mechanic in the Big Con. The regular version of the minigame requires a long button press and precise timing, which is not always easy or possible for someone to do if they have a motor disability. Of course, this also makes pickpocketing easy for many other reasons, like needing to review the game quickly, testing or speedrunning, getting bored of the mechanic, or getting wrist or hand strain. There are story hints and tutorials given via Rad Ghost, who is a very cool NPC, and you'll see him on the next slide, but you can ignore them if you want to figure things out on your own. We also use a notebook to automatically store facts for various cons and let you know when objectives have been reached. This was actually the first feature that I designed for the game, and I'll talk about that a little more later as well. In the options, you can turn off distracting dialogue effects and change the font throughout the game if you find the default difficult to read. We also implemented extensive control remapping. That feature actually didn't ship at launch because we had some issues with it on console, but it will be coming back in a patch in the very near future. It's my strong belief that accessibility doesn't just stop at the game itself. Players won't know these options exist unless we tell them, and for some people that makes the difference between buying the game or not. For that reason, we made accessibility part of our PR and marketing plan, which is part of why I'm here, and also spent some time making a fully accessible version of our website, which also lists all of the accessibility features as well as all the other information about the game, including the trailer, the core mechanics, and how you can buy it. That website was made to work with keyboard only and screen readers to facilitate getting at our game information easily for anyone who doesn't want to sift through our very cool but very inaccessible 90s style landing page. Our marketing team has also been making an effort to build accessibility into all of our communication, so we've started captioning trailers and other video content and adding alternative text to images on social media and more. So let's turn to how I approach design in order to build features. As a note, it's difficult for me to separate accessibility design from my overall philosophy as a game designer, so some of the things that I want to touch on are more general design skills that come in handy when approaching accessibility problems. So games always exist as a conversation between a player and a game program. Players provide inputs or controls which change something within the game program, which then presents some kind of feedback, which changes something within the player, and that prompts them to choose a new input, and so on. This is how I think of games. This is my game loop. So UX and accessibility exist in the input and output phases. How do we make controls as seamless as possible so that any player can play? And how do we make feedback as understandable as possible so that any player can interpret it? Players are integral parts of the games we create, as I just showed. A game literally doesn't exist without a player on the other end. So therefore, as a UX designer and a game designer and an accessibility designer, my most important skills are empathy and communication. That's so that I can design controls that players can use and design feedback that they can understand. And I think this is where my background comes in. So my background was all about scientific communication, basically how to use images, words, and layouts to explain difficult concepts to different kinds of audiences. It's so important to know who you're speaking to so that you can design communication effectively. Basically, I think of myself as a teacher or a communicator. When I'm making games, that means my main job is to teach players what the mechanics are and how they can use their verbs or controls effectively. And as you can see by some of the student and early work that I did as a biomedical communicator, you might be dealing with a lot of different audiences here. So it could be patients that you have to give sensitive information to and communicate sensitively to. It might be a doctor who requires something a little higher level, maybe a little more technical. It could be the lay population, in which case, you might be doing something very general and easy to understand. Or it might be like kids. There's a lot of different audiences, just like there are in games. So I think that this has really come in handy. Alright, so as a teacher of the games that I make, teacher in quotes, I want to remove their barriers for learning, which in this case means I want players to be able to be motivated to finish the game, able and motivated to finish the game. I want to scaffold their learning so that they feel like they pulled off challenges themselves and make sure the game didn't get in their way of having fun. And as much as possible, I want to make design decisions or options that make the game systems flexible to the player's learning style, disabilities, and preferences. As a designer for humans, I find it very, important to know something about human psychology and sensation and perception as it relates to design. So if you look at Gestalt principles of design and the science of visual processing especially, these are good places to start. Basically, the way that we sense the world with our bodies and the way our brains perceive that input are different systems, and a good designer knows a little bit about both. I want to take a range of abilities into account when designing for accessibility, which might mean going back to basics. For example, a colorblind player might have trouble discerning different colored icons, but the science tells me that all humans are, in general, better at distinguishing movement and luminance or contrast rather than color. So then maybe my initial design uses those aspects for crucial information to start with, and color becomes something that's only used for aesthetics. That way, I am taking colorblind players into account, but I'm also designing for the majority of humans. And design for flexibility. So if it can't be built in because of technical or artistic constraints, then it's time to make an option. For example, we had a specific look and feel for the fonts that we used in the game so that they would reflect the art direction and the purpose, for example, being handwritten into a notebook. But when it means that someone might simply not be able to play with the default in place, we provide options that empower them to choose the experience that allows them the least friction. So keep in mind that tutorials, especially optional ones, also give players choices about how much information that they get at a given time. I would add that making space to explain what your options do in-game is also an example of this. My advice is to use plain and simple language when crafting these explanations. And of course, test your options with a range of audience members, including players with disabilities. Listen to their feedback and adjust within your ability to do so. You may have heard the saying, and in fact I said it earlier, all options are accessibility options. I would say the opposite is also true. All accessibility options are options. People don't need a reason to prefer playing in different ways. If the goal is to motivate players to finish your game, then providing options never hurts that goal. And as a practical example, I was recently asking people on Twitter about their preferences around remapping menu buttons. And I found out that most people, even if they don't have an accessibility need, like the ability to change what the confirm and cancel buttons are, like to switch them between B and A or A and B, among other things, because we go between different consoles, and it's like cognitively a little bit difficult to have to make that switch in your brain. Like, why not provide the option, right? Alright, so now that you know a little bit about my approach, I'll give you a little peek into my process on the Big Con. I started with paper prototyping. As I mentioned before, my first task when I got hired was to redesign the notebook feature, as early demo events were showing that players didn't really use this feature to keep track of their cons, or they didn't know how to. And even though the notebook feature is like a core feature of the game, it is also used for accessibility in that it allows you to remember what you've been doing if you come back at a future play session or even during play. It just helps you, like, keep your thoughts in order, right? So I made a paper prototype, combined it with the demo, and then play tested with friends and neighbors, since I just needed some quick feedback and data about how people wanted to use the system. Once that was accepted by the team, I used the data in the notebook experiment to begin mocking the UI in Adobe XD so that the team could play through parts of the UI flow, including the notebook, main menu, and options panels. I also did accessibility research around the same time. So I used the game accessibility guidelines to make a big list of considerations and prioritized or annotated them based on risk and reward for our time and budget. Because I came in on this project partway through development, there were already some technical or design decisions in place that would prevent me from implementing absolutely every accessibility feature we wished for, and furthermore, my time was split between doing the UI design and programming for the entire game and making the accessibility plan. So this meant that we absolutely had to prioritize this list and choose the options that would have, in our estimation, the largest payoff for the most players within the bounds of our dev time. Anything we didn't have time for but was still feasible got put in a list for long-term support or to wait and see if the feature was highly requested later. Once we had a working design in-game, we contacted Able Gamers to help us set up a player panel. So they have a service where disabled players can sign up as playtesters and be matched with studios looking to get their feedback on games. We selected 9 participants and paid them to play the demo. We recorded their playthrough, we made notes throughout, and conducted interviews with each person to get a sense of what was working and what wasn't. This included basic gameplay as well as accessibility options that we had in place at the time. When we made our list of playtesters, we filtered for people who listed our genre, which was adventure games, as one of their favorites, because we wanted people who were actually in our audience, and we also tried to balance for gender distribution. Our players had a range of needs, a range of controllers, and a range of play styles, and the interviews were absolutely invaluable. So based on their feedback, we came up with a new development plan and adjusted as much as we could before launch. And luckily, we had a lot of accessibility options in place already when we did this testing, so we didn't have a lot of requests for things, but there were some things that we wanted to change that we didn't know about before we went into that testing, and some things that we weren't able to change, unfortunately. So post-launch, we're still talking to players with disabilities who have questions about whether they'll be able to play or who want to stream or help out in some way. We wouldn't even be able to do this if we weren't making an effort to let our players know that we care about accessibility and that there are options for them in-game. So like I showed before, we're also working on making our marketing itself more accessible so that more potential players can hear about us. And that also means we're trying to push for our publisher to include things like captions on trailers when we provide them, and cultivate an audience that cares about accessibility. And lest it go without being said, a big part of my job has been advocating for accessibility with my team and getting them on board, which they absolutely have. It really takes the whole team buying in for this to work, otherwise it's going to be hard to get the resources and help that you need. So some takeaways. Making your games more accessible is definitely a process. You're going to be constantly researching, learning, talking to people, and trying new things. Look at other design disciplines. The web dev world has been having this conversation for a long time, and there are a lot of great resources there. Look at education, infographic design, and regular old graphic design. Remember that the best people to ask about making your game more accessible are the people who need barriers removed. Compensate them for their time and work. Accessibility is in some ways about compromise and doing the best you can with the available resources. That's not an excuse to wait until the last minute and run out of time and budget for this work. It should be incorporated into your game and your UX process as early as possible, with the understanding that you may not have control over a project as early as you might like. If you get buy-in from the whole team, the work is easier and it can go deeper. Communicate your limitations as well as your features. Not every game is for everyone, and that's okay. You're helping players make informed decisions without having to buy and potentially return your game, which is like a horrible user experience, and find games that they'll enjoy. You're not going to get everything perfectly right the first time, but that's okay. Just bring your knowledge to your future projects. So thank you so much for your time. You can follow me online at Tabby Rose, and you can check out the Big Con and our future work at Mighty L. Cheers!
Thank you so much for that great talk. One of the things that I loved was the theme that all options are options, or all accessibility options are options, because they are, but also being sure to create a space where you can talk about what these options are actually changing. There was just recently a title that came out that had something called menu subtitles, and no one had any idea what this feature did because it wasn't explained anywhere. So it's really important to create that space where you can describe what these options are doing. And of course, this idea that you can customize your play to help you do what you want to do to play the game. One of the things that happened at GaConf EU was there was a talk from Control that actually showed a strong correlation between using some of their assistive modes and actually finishing the game, because people were able to just play how they wanted. So we're going to be taking another short break. We will be back at 2:05 with a talk from Deaf Gamers TV. What's wrong with subtitles? See you shortly. All right. And we are going into this next talk. So this is definitely a come for the talk, stay for the memes kind of conversation in Discord. If you have not gotten the chance to interact with Deaf Gamers TV yet, there are many different gifs and memes of him that have been made from his live streams, from our experiences out in the real world, and they are hysterical. So I assume many of them will be popping up. One of them is already at the top of the chat, so definitely check that out. So this talk is what's wrong with subtitles. Chris is going to give us a quick review on what has been going wrong with subtitles in some games that makes them inaccessible. I would also like to thank Brad Galloway for providing the voiceover for this session. Let's check it out.
Hi, my name is Chris. I was born deaf and I'm from Chicago. I love playing video games. I've been gaming since about 3 years old. Gaming has made a huge impact on my life while growing up deaf. I didn't really have much of a social life. Gaming really helped turn my loneliness into entertainment. Gaming was something that I could really enjoy and have fun with. During the early 90s, most games tended to be text-based, meaning there was a lot of reading. But that meant it was already accessible to me. As time went on, gaming changed. Games now have voice acting, sound cues, visual cues, some. But those are things we didn't have back in the day when we were still playing on the NES. I played almost everything from the NES, Super NES, Sega Genesis, Nintendo 64, the Dreamcast, PS1, Xbox, Wii, I mean, you name it, whatever. I played all of it. A lot of the time, there was something that I wish we had back then, but just wasn't available. We just didn't have subtitles. So, why do I need subtitles? Subtitles help me understand what's going on. So, what's wrong? What's happening? Let's talk about it. When making a game, you have to keep reminding yourself that people playing these games might or probably will have some kind of disability background. Me, I'm deaf. I need visual aids and information to help me understand what I'm doing, what's happening on the screen. It's not a simple fix. You can't just turn subtitles on and slap them on there and then be done with it. It's not that simple. It's really important that you do not leave people with disabilities out. You have to think about their needs. You have to make them feel like they're included. That's why it's important to remember, when making games, keep in mind that some people may have or may not have visual issues, audio issues, mobility issues, or cognitive issues. And there's even more disabilities out there that people may have that you'll have to do some research on and do your best to understand their struggles. Most of the time back in the day when you started a game, you turn it on, it would go straight to the opening cutscene. You couldn't change anything until after you saw the movie, and then you get to the settings. Oh, it made me so upset because, my good feeling my excitement about playing a new game would be ruined because I would see some of this cutscene already, and most of the time there were no subtitles at all. So how do you make a game with voice and sound, but no subtitles? What about people who can't hear? How are they going to understand what's happening? There were some games released just this year who did that, and it doesn't make sense. I'm really hoping that we can find a way to stop making this very simple mistake. If you have any voice acting in your game, caption it. It's really important. So now I'm going to try to toss out some ideas that can show what's good or what's bad. So let's do the bad first. These bad ideas, bad suggestions. For example, using really fancy and ornate game fonts is never a good idea. You can have them, but make sure that there's an option for people to choose a different font. If you make your font too fancy, I mean really fancy, it can be very difficult for people to read. Some people will just immediately be turned off, and it'll help make that experience a negative one. People want to read these subtitles and enjoy them while playing their game. So while you're providing subtitles, include some options: size, color, background, and so forth. And also, why not do the same for the HUD? And by this, I mean the text on screen in the corner. Sometimes it's really small. You can't read that. Maybe I can read the subtitles, but I can't read the information on the HUD. And very often, you can't change that. So it's very important to let the player change the size for almost anything if possible. One that I'm really sick of is music that's not captioned. For example, I was recently playing Life is Strange: True Colors. One character was playing the guitar and singing, and the subtitle said, "Alex sings." And I'm like, singing what? I didn't understand, but people who could hear could understand the song. That meant I was left out. What about me? I want to know what's going on in the song too. The important thing is, you gotta be fair. You're already being fair to people who can hear, but being unfair to those who can't. I guess the best idea is maybe perhaps try to create your own music and put it in the game so that you don't have to borrow any well-known piece of music. Try to be fair to everyone so that everyone can enjoy your game. The next one I'm really not fond of: subtitles being a paragraph on screen. Whoa, no way. Don't do that. Try not to go more than maybe 2 or 3 lines on screen at a time. Don't do any more than that. It's too much. I just want to read something quick rather than trying to get myself distracted by trying to read the intent of an entire paragraph. That's not a good thing at all when you're playing a game. So it's important to be careful and know where to have your line breaks. You don't want to cut something in the middle to mess it up, because that's definitely the wrong place to break a line. Try to make it feel natural. Don't have just like one word hanging there at the end. And also try to keep it simple and sweet. So, okay, let's talk about good ideas. Allow us to customize how we want to read subtitles. Let us choose the font type, the color, the size, and the shape. And in terms of shape, meaning if we want our subtitles to look normal size or a more thin font, perhaps even a thicker bold font. Some people like really bold text because it's easier to read than thin text. You know, I can't read those small ones very well. So it's important to let people be able to change that. Same for the colors as well, because some people do have a preference for what they want to read and what's most comfortable for them. It might be something that they're used to because they use these colors in other places. It's a good idea to let people change the color for subtitle text, backgrounds, also speaker tags. I know that sometimes games have a fixed color for speakers when they tag them, but sometimes it doesn't always go well. It might blend into a dark background or clash with some other colors on screen. It can be hard to read sometimes if that happens, so that's why it's important to let us change the color for those two. If there's a character that you don't want to announce their name yet because it's a secret, you can tag them as, question mark character, and you can keep their name a secret until it's time to be revealed. That tells us the character will be important for later, so something like that can work. Directional subtitles. The subtitles should point to the person who is talking, perhaps even with an arrow. That is a really nice feature to have. The Last of Us Part 2 is a good example of games with that kind of a subtitle. It has arrows which give directionality and identify who's talking. When you have captioning for sounds that are ambient, like an explosion, it's really important to have that as well, because then we can know what's happening around us. It's not just subtitles for the speakers and their tags, but I want to know, is something happening near me? Is there something blowing up near me? If anything pops up, I can see that. Maybe there's a car alarm going off. Maybe people are screaming. I need some kind of cue to let me know that's happening. It's really important that you give me, the player, as much information as you would to a person who could hear that. People who can hear use sound for information, and deaf people like myself, we need visual information. That's what makes it fair. If you need some guidelines to help you design your subtitles, there is a good site. It's on the BBC. Here is the URL. They have great instructions there on how to design proper subtitles. It's step by step. They can really give you some good information, and I strongly suggest checking it out. I really do. So now you know some bad ideas and you know some good ideas. What other solutions are there? Empathy is one. You have to really understand the struggles that a person with disabilities might have. Find out why they're struggling with your game. Observe this. Take notes from their perspective and not your own, because it's really tough to mimic the disabilities that a person has if you don't have them. We live with these disabilities every day. You jumping into our shoes for a day isn't really going to give you an accurate read on our experiences. You definitely need to have empathy, for sure. So how can you get it? Let a disabled person test your game. Let them help you with feedback, with their thoughts. They can say, I can do this, I can't do that. Maybe they might have some suggestions. Maybe they'll say, I don't think this is going to help, but let's discuss what's going to work. You can have this dialogue back and forth with them. What's good? What's bad? Understanding each other is key, and finding that out can really benefit other people. I really believe there's not enough actually disabled people testing games right now. Most of the time, when a developer makes a game and then they, for example, do a beta, or they have some testers in the house or something, they're not usually focused on accessibility. They don't take that into consideration. And I feel like that's the step that's missing a lot. People who test the game will say, oh, okay, this is fine, I have no problem. I can just get into this game and just, give me the challenging sections. And they don't think about what they can do to help people who may be struggling with something that they're not. Let the disability community into your game. Let them consult with your team. Have these vital discussions. Let them help test games for you. And doing something like that will help shape the future of gaming to be more inclusive. I really hope my presentation helps even just a bit with some insight when you are designing games for a wide range of people to enjoy. Unfortunately, there are a lot of ways gatekeeping happens out there. And I want to assure you that disabled gamers, we're not trying to be negative. We're not trying to ruin your games. Not at all. We're not trying to destroy what you're building. We love your scenarios. We love your development. We're not against that. We just want to play your games. We want to enjoy your games like everyone else does. We want to feel included as a community. And really, that's just the heart of what we want. We want developers to see us. We want them to know what our struggles are like. And we want them to know how to improve their games to make them enjoyable to everyone. Our voices are really easily drowned out by the negativity out there, all the hate, all of the elitists who believe gaming should only be about challenge, these hardcore players. You know, gaming doesn't have to only be about challenge. I know that some people like to brag about their accomplishments in gaming. I get it. But gaming should also be fun, right? So that's why it's important to have this empathy. We want to be able to help improve games and make games more inclusive and empathic. And I believe with good empathy, a developer can go even further in their game design and in having an increased level of inclusivity. Please don't let us be hidden anymore. Don't let us be drowned out by the negativity, hate, and ableism out there from the hardcore players. I believe games can put a smile on someone's face and show them that the world of gaming can be fun. It can be a wonderful place for friends, family, or anyone. Thank you so much, and keep up the good work. Inclusivity is power.
Inclusivity is power. Yes. I love that talk for so many reasons. Number one, it had straight practical information that we need to know as developers. Just literally stuff like covering spoken text, font choices, how much text is put on screen, but also things that we need to do as an industry to move forward. Chris said that you need to let more disabled people test your games. I raise it. You need to let more disabled people be on and an active part of your dev team. Because we don't have enough people with disabilities working in game development for so many reasons. And it's this weird circular thing of, you know, if you can't play a games, why would you want to make games? And if you're not making games, how are you impacting them? And it's a terrible, terrible cycle that we need to break out of. That's right. Salty Terra is coming. But yes, look, let more disabled people test your games, get more disabled people on your development teams, and then you will have more inclusive games. So yes. All right, we are going to be taking a short break, and then we are going to be back with a micro talk. That's right. We have a micro talk today because Ian decided he didn't have enough work and he wanted to cover another topic. So I will see you back here in 7 minutes for difficulty versus accessibility. See you then. All right, so this is the shortest talk of the day because originally we weren't even going to talk about this, but it's something that needs to be addressed. And you know what? 5 minutes to talk about it is better than none. So, difficulty versus accessibility. A staple of gamer discourse around difficulty is that accessibility and difficulty are entirely separate concepts that should not be conflated. This very short talk will get into the weeds of what the two things really mean and how exactly the two things relate. So I'm going to hand it over to Ian for his talk.
Hello, I'm Ian. I am an accessibility specialist with a background in UX and design before that, and I am here to talk to you about two words, about difficulty and about accessibility. So if you spend much time in accessibility discourse on social media, or even just general gamer discourse, you've probably seen this crop up. People saying things like, this game was designed with a specific difficulty in mind. I'm fine with accessibility options, but not difficulty options. Accessibility and difficulty are different things, and I hate when people try to conflate them. So maybe some of these sound familiar to you. If not, you should feel grateful. But anyway, that's what I'm here to talk about. Those two words, difficulty and accessibility. Are they conflated? Should they be? And what is the relationship between them? I'm going to start with one core truth. Difficulty doesn't exist in games. Games don't have difficulty. That concept is not valid. What games actually have is barriers, and difficulty, on the other hand, is something that springs into existence when people play the game. It's something that players experience as a product of their personal capabilities versus the barriers that a game presents. This is why, if you and I play the same game, one of us will find it easier than the other, because the level of difficulty experienced is relative to the person playing, and humans are a pretty varied bunch. So that's a little bit about difficulty. What about accessibility? Well, first we need to look at what disability is. Disability is one of the few things in life that there's actually a global consensus on. It's defined as part of the UNCRPD, which is the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which nearly every country on earth is signed up to. And that's based on the social model of disability, which states that disability and impairment are two different things. An impairment is something that somebody has, an attribute, and disability is a state rather than an attribute. And people are disabled by mismatched interactions between their impairment and some kind of barrier, resulting in difficulty performing a task. Accessibility means avoiding that mismatch. So, difficulty is the product of capability versus barrier. Disability is the product of mismatched interaction between capability and barrier. And accessibility means avoiding unnecessary mismatch between capability and barrier. This means that all accessibility options affect difficulty. For example, if you remove colorblindness accessibility, what you're left with is a disabling barrier that makes the game more difficult for colorblind people. And the reverse is true as well. All difficulty options affect accessibility. They modify barriers, and any barrier is going to be disabling for someone with some kind of impairment. So while difficulty and accessibility don't mean exactly the same thing, they are intimately related. There's no dividing line with accessibility over here and difficulty over there. Changing one changes the other. And balance is what it comes down to. Games can't be balanced. That's another concept that really isn't valid. They can be balanced to an individual, but they can't just be balanced in general for everyone. Most barriers are actually unnecessary and many are unintended. And some of these barriers can be avoided by default, and that should always be the first port of call. But some can't, because there's still that variance in needs and capabilities to account for. Humans cover a rich spectrum of variance. So being able to adjust barriers in line with that human variance means that players have some means of addressing the ways in which the game is uniquely unbalanced for them. And that's especially the case if a developer has a particular level of difficulty in mind, a particular level of challenge, because what's difficult for one person is easy for another and impossible for another. So options let more people have the kind of experience the developer intended. What really matters is the kind of experience that we want our players to have, and whether any given barrier either enables or gets in the way of players having that intended experience. And a game's set of barriers is not the intended experience. It's just a means to an end. It's a framework that we design to try to engender an emotional experience. And accessibility exists to enable that vision, to improve that framework, to ensure as much of our target audience as possible actually have the kind of experience we imagine them having. Thanks.
No, thank you, Ian, for that mic drop. I love this. So simple, so true. Standing ovation. That was a lot in 5 minutes, but I think it's all 5 minutes that we absolutely loved. It's one of those things that we talk about in game dev: difficulty, intended level of challenge. And, I really couldn't expect anything less from Paul Stockman's son. He really did a good job of raising that boy. In case you missed it, Paul Stockman is a British horror actor who is at the end of the accessibility in horror games talk, and he is actually Ian's father. So yes, I absolutely love that talk. As they're saying in Discord, perfect. And again, boiling such a complex topic down to only 5 minutes. I couldn't have done it. All right, we are going to be taking our afternoon break now. We are going to be coming back at 3:05, and then we will be in the last quarter of the second day. So we've already come 3/4 of the way through day 2. We're almost done. So I will be seeing you after the break. Thanks, everyone. All right. I hope everyone was able to get whatever they were looking for, whether it was tea, I got a pumpkin pie latte here myself, or just a few minutes of rest or cuddling your pets to recharge for the break. Now, we are coming into a talk that I am very excited about. So in August of 2017, Karen Stevens became the first person working full-time on accessibility of video games at a major company. Building a team ground up is a tough road for anyone, and starting in a new area adds so much to the challenge. This talk shares the experiences and strategies of how Karen made and how you can make progress in your own efforts while giving tips on keeping your head above water in the process. So let's hear it from Karen.
Hi, I'm Karen Stevens, Electronic Arts First Director Accessibility, and welcome to the GAC 2021 talk, Treading the Game Accessibility Trend, in which I'll share my own experiences regarding building an accessibility team at EA, which may be useful to those traveling down a similar path, along with tips to keep your head above water when things become overwhelming. So let's move back a little bit. To give a bit of backstory, in 2018, I gave a game accessibility conference talk calling Ramping Up Accessibility, where I discussed details of how I created my role as to what was then known as EA Sports Accessibility Lead, highlighting some steps I took to become the first full-time accessibility specialist in any game studio. You can more or less consider this talk type of part 2. It's more of a continuation of where my previous one left off. But to give a recap, so this context makes sense, my journey started with a game jam I won in 2014, which in turn led to accessibility features in Madden NFL 17. This included features for colorblind support, brightness contrast controls, optional in-game iconography enlargement, and more. After Madden NFL 17's release in 2016, I created a Twitter account to gather feedback on the features. You may be familiar with this account. It's called EA_accessible. I still use it to this day. I had gamers reach out to me and ask if I could take feedback from other games as well. I said, sure, that's a great idea. And then started taking on a snowballing amount of work. This rather quickly led to a variety of things, including internal email lists that gathered contacts across the company and actually touched most game teams, so I was able to give them feedback. And it also resulted in me creating an internal website that acted as an information repository. And to this day, we are still working on variations of that site. This site included reported issues, answers to questions, best practices, and more. So after I showed that accessibility was really important and our gamers were interested in it, I was asked in 2017 to become EA Sports Accessibility Lead, which led to advancements across the EA Sports franchises. So at the time of the previous talk, I have managed to create the first full-time role in any game studio for accessibility, but I was simply a team of one, and I focused primarily on sports and had minimal ad hoc support of games outside of sports. Now, fast forwarding to the present, I've gone from being the EA Sports Accessibility Lead, acting alone, to the Director of Accessibility as of 2020, leading a growing team of now 6 and working with other teams across the company. Everyone on my team is wonderful, and I am so lucky to have them. They have great ideas of how we can integrate into existing teams and partner with other teams far beyond what I originally considered. I am also so fortunate to have supportive management who gave us headcount, doubling the size of my team just this year alone. Yes, this was a journey in itself, and I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to pull off anywhere near as much as I've managed to thus far, and there is still a very long way to go. Moving out of sports into Central was not automatic. I reached out to others in the company for advice, including the vice president I currently report to, while looking for a better spot for my team. At the time we moved over, we were a team of 3. My team is now in a group called Development Technologies and Solutions. Then once we found a home, I had to then also convince sports to let my team go. This was more challenging than I expected. I had to assure them that we would give priority and support and would strive to continue to push their quality forward. We would not be abandoning sports by moving to Central. It was simply, we'd be getting additional responsibilities too. Of course, the catch there is headcount, of course. But overall, this is a great problem to have that sports wanted to keep us, as it meant that upper management in sports wants accessibility efforts to continue. Headcount overall was overwhelming. At one near breaking point, I went to a senior vice president, it's not my manager, but above them, and different groups, and said, decide if you want to support accessibility or not, and let me know. I've had enough of this, maybe yes, maybe no. It was impossible to do what we needed to do with the number of people we had. Thank goodness I got yes as an answer. It is not possible to support the entire company, which has 5 figures worth of people, with only 3 people, even if we were to leverage other teams in my overall organization. In order to grow the team, I managed to have others under my manager transferred to my team. And these individuals I had already known about previously and already were known to have a strong passion for accessibility and some background in this space. And they already had enough information that they can hit the ground running. Internal transfers are way less work than getting new headcount hired in. So there was a lot less paperwork, a lot less red tape, and made it more feasible to grow. We did actually have 1 job opening the last year for 1 new headcount, but most newer positions were literally just direct transfers within my manager's organization. I currently have an ongoing joke with my manager during all of this, that I'm happy to rant about how awesome my team is anytime. Let's just say I very passionately gush over all the great things they are working on. My team is a very diverse group of skill sets. Usually teams at EA tend to be groups of the same type of skill set. So like you have a engineering group, or you have a QA group, or have that. My team is a bit of everything under the sun. It currently consists of a business analyst, user researcher, quality designer, technical writer, and engineer. They know so much more than I and many of their respective job families, and I work with them to figure out the best ways for all of us to grow in terms of career. I firmly believe in building careers, not holding jobs. I'm very open about this, and we work together to increase each other's skill sets. One way I do this is at the end of our weekly one-on-ones with each member, I ask them to teach me something about their position that I may not already know, and something about their skill set I may not already know, which helps us all grow. To greatly oversimplify my team members' individual roles, the business analyst handles things like quantitatively measuring accessibility status for both internal products and competitor analysis. Although competitor analysis may be a bit of a misleading term, EA is specifically not competing in accessibility. And the company has opened up accessibility-related patents and source code to be used royalty-free. With the first code released in 2017 during my DDC talk on Madden NFL's 17's accessibility features. Anyway, the business analyst helps us determine what direction we should take in product development based on industry-wide data points. One of the most challenging aspects is that even though I know deeply that game accessibility is the right thing for the world, in the business world, return on investment matters very much. Yes, it's the right thing to do, but it's a far more compelling argument if you can back it up in other ways. This doesn't actually have to be dollar amounts though. Press reports, magazine articles, Twitter feedback, providing examples of what other companies are doing in their games, all of these contribute to the concept of ROI. Having a business analyst on staff helps a lot when figuring these things out. So to move on to another team member, the user researcher takes user feedback that's posted to the ea.com/able/forums, the EA_accessible Twitter, playtesting, other sources, and uses this to put together accessibility related product roadmaps. These roadmaps can then be used for both short and long term to figure out how we could best develop the games, how we can get the most progress, figure out what's low hanging fruit and what's something we need to work towards over years. This is not a simple one-step thing. This is a journey, a long journey, and that's perfectly okay. The important thing is to have progress. The quality analyst helps communicate issues specifics to game teams directly, such as possible bugs that need attention, or to handle accessibility questions from game team quality analysts. The technical writer also creates the vast majority of what you'll find on ea.com/able, including game highlight articles and feature article lists. She also works on internal documentation, including the internal information repository I already mentioned, and many, many other things. The engineer focuses on technological solutions, both on internal tools and external products. He's worked on things like adding gameplay narration to Madden NFL 21, and it's also added screen reading support to some internal development tools. Like I said, this is a massive oversimplification. For example, the business analyst has a master's degree in marketing and excels at market trends, workflow diagrams, and so much more. I have seen her create absolutely amazing diagrams in 15 minutes, and there is no way I could have done anything that fast. The technical writer underwent training to also be able to publish documents to EA.com, which has helped deal with the publishing team backlog, which has been one of our biggest challenges, is the fact that we have given so much more for the publishing team to do. So we're trying to help them mitigate that and working on long-term solutions to get our documents published to the world faster. The user researcher also acts a bit like a producer, which is in line to some of his past experiences. Multiple of us are working at process improvements, roadmaps, and so much more. We have lots of overlap in our jobs, and we manage that very carefully. Most of us are openly disabled, myself included, and we use both learned and lived experiences in everything we do. Lived experiences matters very much. Also, my team strives to be as fully accessible as possible, which is a great mindset to be in, as it trickles into everything that we do. All team documents, including internal websites, emails, like literally anything, are colorblind friendly, screen reader friendly, and so on. All meetings are captioned, and all notable actions or items shown on camera are audio described, such as I'm holding out a water bottle to the screen. By doing this, we create as inclusive an environment as possible for everyone, which matters more to me than anything else. Accessibility is a mindset and should be included in everything we do. The journey in creating this team has been challenging, and there have been many pitfalls along the way and things that didn't go as well as we hoped. Doing something that has never been done before in the industry at scale is challenging. Convincing others that a new topic should now be a priority is challenging. My secret to persevering and keeping my head above water as much as possible is resilience. Resilience can be defined by the ability to endure adversity and bounce back from any adverse thing in life may throw your way. There have been many challenges that we have all faced during this COVID pandemic in particular. Many of us are juggling the reality of working from home in isolation, or maybe you have pets, children, or other household distractions to contend with, making focus extra challenging. I have a dog that frequently crashes meetings, and I can only hope I get through this recording before her next interruption. Previous takes weren't so fortunate, so here's to crossing fingers I get through this one. And if you see a happen guest later in this presentation, you have been forewarned. So we've also had to deal with many forms of grief during this challenging time, of being separated from loved ones, from missing or postponing major life events such as weddings, missing family gatherings, or even funerals. It's affected me greatly as well. I've had multiple relatives pass on during this period, and even just a few days before the day I'm recording this talk now, I missed a memorial service for my 35-year-old cousin who died from COVID. And that's the second service I've missed for a cousin this month, different cousins. So with my poor lung function, I can't risk a cross-country trip, even though I've already had my vaccines. So it's been tough, and it's been tough on lots of us. I wasn't even sure at first if I'd be able to be in the right mental state to give this talk, especially one that doesn't use my usual slide format. It's very unusual for me to write a speech or give a speech. I'm ad-libbing half of this, but still, that is not my usual way of operating. So, especially I put behind all this one that touches on resilience. However, my manager, team members, friends, and even my therapist and many others said, but Karen, you have constantly demonstrated resilience, and you should explain how you've managed to persevere and grow your team. Even with everything that life has thrown your way these past years, even with COVID and the pandemic and everything else going on and all the challenges in your family. And I realized they did have a point. And it's okay to not always be okay. So here we are. Finding ways to cope with life in general is important. I do see a therapist, which I find helpful. If nothing else, she pushes me to make time for myself. Self-care is very important. Hobbies can help, and I love arts and crafts along with reading fiction. And I try to find time for these types of hobbies and other periods of relaxation, even if my schedule feels overloaded. I also strongly encourage my team to have a healthy work-life balance, and we do our best to manage scope to avoid overloading ourselves in work. This does mean we have tiers of support for different franchises, meaning some franchises get more attention than others, but our mental health is important. And if we are to be able to do our best, we have to not be burned out. I strongly wish to avoid anyone on my team from burning out. However, I will admit the common joke of my team is that I'm the only one allowed to burn out, which my people on my team call me out frequently and say, basically, take your own advice. I admit, though, they have a point. So in order to prove the need for an accessibility team, I had to be willing to take on way more work that was reasonable for an extended period of time, because I had to show that all these different types of work were necessary. That can be a very hard habit to break. And even after I had to start ramping people up and figuring out what parts of my job to split off, it was challenging. So part of my challenging work-life balance is letting go. When I was alone, focusing only on sports, I was basically doing the work of everyone on the team, myself, and then some. Roadmaps, user feedback, website articles, technical solutions, and more was all just me. Now, granted, it was mostly sports, but that was still a lot of games. And I'm sure you've heard there is no I in teams, and I have run teams before when I was at Microsoft. So, but this is extra challenging because my team is so diverse. I have to figure out lots of job families I'm not very familiar with, which can be challenging. Figuring out how others can best fit into roles is challenging. Letting go and allowing others to shine, trusting things will work out, is challenging and so worth it. Learning is a lifelong activity, and my team members and I learn from each other. I'm open and honest about not knowing their full skill sets in the sense that I know where they fit by my plan, but I don't necessarily know everything they have to offer. And I encourage them to teach me all the skills they have, even those I wasn't originally expecting based on my drafted plan. Plans can change. and that's okay. Letting go is one of the key skills of resilience, and finding that right balance takes time. It's true that in game development, many features, designs, plans find themselves on the cutting room floor. It can hurt when features related to accessibility are on this list, especially if it's something I myself would be using. Sometimes plans can be changed, but sometimes it's a matter of acceptance. Acceptance of something you're so passionate about not working out as you hoped can be very difficult, especially when the feature is something I would personally use. However, one thing I would like you all to keep in mind is that even if something is cut, this doesn't mean the story is anywhere near over. It's still at the beginning. By planting that idea of those features in someone's mind, there's a much better chance that you'll come up with a way to do this later. Maybe it is resurrected as a patch, maybe it's a future franchise iteration, or maybe it's in a different game entirely. As people move between teams, between games, between studios, so do ideas. And as people see the ideas of others, they're more likely to use them in their own products. This is true of anything, and game accessibility too. Also, when things don't go the way I had hoped, it also helps if I focus on why I have chosen accessibility as my career. The simple answer is, I want to help people. However, it's so much more than that. Let's go into my own personal backstory a bit. Back to when I was a child. I've been disabled my entire life with multiple issues. My asthma and allergies were particularly out of control as a child, and so many things could throw me into a severe asthma attack. It could be exercise, like if they tried to put me in gym, which I was taken out of multiple times, eventually permanently. Cold air, which was a problem because I lived in Michigan. Allergies, I'm allergic to so many different types of things, it's silly. And especially outdoor allergies, and so much more. Granted, all of that's still true, but I've learned how to live my life in particular ways where most don't realize my level of issues. Also, I moved to Florida. That helped a lot. Warm, moist air, way better than dry air. So basically, I'm fine. When I was a kid, children were not accepting of those with differences, and I was treated as if I had the plague, or if you want to use common terms, current terms, as if I had an active COVID infection. To put the perspective, on current events. To this day, I am strongly against all forms of bullying, but I do recognize that much of childhood building is drawn from fear. I wish to help bring kids together in a way that gives them common ground. Games have the power to do this, especially with robust accessibility features. I want to teach others, especially kids, that it's okay to be different, and it's okay to be able to do the same things differently. Community is important, and games bring people together. I want everyone to be able to experience games with their family and friends. There are stigmas around disabilities even now. I want to break the stigmas and show that it's okay to be different. Being disabled does not mean I have any less value as a person. I simply do things differently. For example, I use captions for all spoken words as I'm deaf, but thanks to lip reading, auto captioning software, I even have auto captioning software on my phone, which during COVID and everyone wearing masks, I'm using all the time when I'm like at the grocery store or anything. And even then, it's still challenging, but it seriously helps. I can typically manage meetings just fine, for example, with auto captioning. My hands also have multiple issues, but accessibility features such as avoidance of quick time events, button mashing, and more means that I can still play with my friends and do constantly, as much as I possibly can. Lived experiences count. Learning from others with lived experiences is also very valuable. Many of my friends I play online also have various issues. I have a friend who has low vision, which affects his ability to see dimly lit games. I also have a friend with issues around simulation sickness who has trouble with a lot of first-person perspective games, special effects, camera effects, and things along those lines. I also have a friend with cognitive issues that makes reading difficult. It benefits greatly from iconography. And this is only a list of the people I played with yesterday. Literally yesterday, in Minecraft, we were all playing together. And while playing this game, I have found out so many things just from playing with friends, such as potion and night vision is helpful for those with low vision. Potion and beak graphics can trigger simulation sickness. Item frames are super easy for everyone to use and work really, really well in place of signs. After we replaced our written signs with icons and we just don't use written anymore at all, it's actually working out better than if we did writing in the first place, because you want to mark a chest, just slap something on the item frame that matches the chest. I have learned so much about what works and doesn't for my time playing games with friends. This on top of my own lived experiences, and also from what I've learned from others worldwide, have shaped my knowledge on game accessibility. Confidence is also helpful to maintain resilience. My first experience with game accessibility was at the tech lead for the Windows inbox game teams for Windows 7, way back when I worked at Microsoft, which at this point was over 8 years ago. This includes popular classic games such as Minesweeper, Solitaire, Spades, Hearts, Spider Solitaire, and all of the others. Checkers, yeah, there were quite a few games that came with Windows back in Windows 7 days. As these games were literally operating system components, they were required to be fully as accessible as anything else in Windows. This means that they had to be playable using a Braille terminal, screen readers, and more. They were designed exactly the same as anything else in Windows. It was required to ship. I also made many changes to the game myself, such as flipping the direction of dragons in Mahjong Titans, so the red and green dragon could be distinguished by those who were colorblind. And I also did things like make a high contrast board in checkers, or spread out the cards more in some of the different modes so they could be easier to pick with a touch screen. While at Microsoft, I also helped revamp the Microsoft accessibility standards so they were more generic, ultimately removing the exception the Xbox and game teams had on meeting those standards, because originally the excuse was, but we're not a PC. For example, instead of saying mouse, say cursor or pointing device, genericize everything. Granted, some games do now use a mouse on the Xbox, but that was not the case at the time. And now it really hits me that I've been in the game industry for over 16 years. Yeah, time flies. So I know I'm experienced in this topic, and I've been doing this for a very long time. And part of the resilience is knowing you have worth. You are enough. You do not have to have my level of knowledge. You do not have to be founder of a topic. And even I fully admit there is lots out there I don't know. That's okay. That's future potential. I have never stopped learning. I learn more every day as I play more games and learn more about people's experiences. I am always willing to consider viewpoints that may contradict the things I've said in the past, because flexibility is also the key to resilience, and it's also the key to growing. Although, as I've said in the past, no team sits down and says, let's design games people can't play. It is important to constantly learn how we can do better for our users. An example will be my original recommendation to not have wrapping menus, because they inherently, at the time, were not blind accessible because blind users couldn't tell when they were wrapping. Technically, wrapping is not really the problem. The real problem is that the menus are not narrated and there is no way to tell if they wrap. I now recommend, at the very least, menus should have an audible indication that a wrap occurs, but the screen reading is the true fix. And I am very open about that now. It's not that you can't have wrapping menus, it's that you have to have accessible wrapping menus. So being willing to change your opinions based on new evidence, you'll make better products in the long run. And at the end of the day, I know accessibility is the right thing to do. Those of us with disabilities shouldn't have to struggle with every aspect of our lives. And with gaming, it really does not have to be that way. We can do better as an industry, and we should do better as an industry. It doesn't matter how many naysayers there are or how many obstacles may be in the way. That feeling in itself, for me, will not change. So, how do I manage to roll with the punches? In short, when things aren't going my way, when things feel like they're falling apart, when I'm not sure how I'm going to get over the next obstacle, I think about why I'm doing this. I sincerely want to make games that everyone can play, and I would never willingly give that up. That is resilience. And I ask you all who are going down that same path to find what drives you and focus on that to help get past hurdles that block your path. It's often said that when there's a will, there's a way. I ask you to try to find a way. If things don't work out, try something else, but keep trying. The end goal is so worth it. And at the end of the day, to me, accessibility is just the right thing to do. Gaming is for everyone, period. Thank you so much for your time, and have a wonderful Game Accessibility Conference. Thank you.
No, thank you, Karen, for your amazing talk. There are so many things that you said that I don't even know where to start. It had practical information, just literally working in accessibility takes experts in all fields, which is why that you've worked to craft a team that has experts in all fields, because it needs to be able to affect everywhere. And again, talking about how we have to learn to share parts of our work or give control over to someone else, and how difficult it could be. But you drove home this message of resilience, knowing that you have worth in finding out what drives you. And that's really, really important. Those two things really help combat burnout once you can answer those very specific questions about why you are working in the field. And of course, I love that you highlighted being willing to change your opinion based on new evidence. We make the decisions we make with the information we have. And as technology pushes forward, and as we get more data, as we learn more things, we may realize that something that seemed like the right answer back then could have a better answer now. And admitting that we can process new data and make new decisions makes us stronger in our work, not weaker. We grow and we adapt. And of course, as literally someone who's the first person to found a team like this at a major company, your words carry a lot of weight. So thank you so much. We're going to be taking a short break before we come back for the final talk of the conference. So I will see you at 3:55, so about 6 minutes. And I hope you guys are looking forward to it. And now we are heading into the final talk of the conference. I'm very excited about this one because it's going to be telling things that Karen was just hitting on, that when you start talking about accessibility, that ideas will move forward and grow into other projects. So this talk is Insomniac Games, A Journey of Accessibility. In this talk, we will learn about the process for adopting accessibility on Marvel's Spider-Man and building a team of accessibility advocates. The talk will also discuss developing a culture for embracing accessibility that resulted in expanding features for titles like Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales and the recent Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the talk.
Hi everyone, I'm Brian Olgeyer from Insomniac Games, and I'm excited to be part of my first GA conference. A little bit about myself. I've been at Insomniac Games for over 21 years now, and I started out as a designer on the Spyro series. I was a game director on Ratchet & Clank, as well as a creative director, and now I'm focusing on user research. My team's responsible for user experience, inclusiveness, and accessibility. So for this talk, I'm going to share Insomniac's journey in terms of the accessibility development, starting with Marvel's Spider-Man in 2018, and then Spider-Man Miles Morales and the Spider-Man Remaster in 2020, and then finally our most recent title, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, which was released in June of 2021. So I'll share our progress in terms of development, but also the various stages that we hit along the way that I believe has helped us mature as a studio in supporting accessibility. So in 2018, Spider-Man broke a lot of new ground for us. It was a critical and commercial success, but it was also our first title to include a dedicated accessibility menu. But getting those accessibility features was not easy for us. We started considering them very late in the project. And this was around the alpha stage where we were feature complete. And typically after alpha, the big mantra is during that phase of production, do not break the build. That's because our focus at that point is on stability and bug fixing, and we don't want to take a lot of risk. It's just a major challenge in, of course, polishing and tuning the existing features, and it's a big mistake to try to add anything new. But we wanted to develop some accessibility features for this big title that we knew would reach a lot of players, and we wanted to do this in the final 3 months before the game shipped. So we had a meeting with the design team where there was a healthy level of skepticism on us being able to get in accessibility features in the last moments of this game development. So it was easy to see these features getting waived, and at this point we realized we need to bring in the big guns, the advocates of accessibility, people like Sam Thompson, who I'm sure everyone knows is a longtime advocate of accessibility and a senior producer at Sony. So we were fortunate to have Sam visit the studio and share his wisdom. He played a build of Spider-Man and later delivered a 2-hour presentation detailing the current status of accessibility and the opportunities for Insomniac to join the movement. We were sold. Sam pointed us to Josh Straub, who is now the CEO of a consulting group called Apex Access. Josh has consulted for games including Fortnite, The Last of Us Part 2, and Uncharted 4. Josh was born with cerebral palsy and is a passionate gamer. So thanks to Sam and Josh's feedback, we were able to identify a short yet critical list of features that could be addressed before the game shipped. And so these features included QTE taps become holds. We had large subtitles, backplates for subtitles and HUD, speaker notation, a skip puzzle option, and we disabled disorienting features like HUD parallax. So all of these features may not have gotten into the game, but fortunately it was due to Josh and Sam's insights and inspiration that really helped put the wind in our sails and push us across the finish line. So when the game came out in September of 2018, we were really surprised by just the wave of positive responses. I mean, even though we had a very short list of accessibility features, there was just a lot of love praising Spider-Man's accessibility settings. And accessibility just was one of those good news stories that came out, and it was really touching to see the impact we had on gamers. It was being nice, that we were called out at various conferences like GDC and the GA conference in 2018. However, we still had a bunch of regrets and a lot of features that we really hoped to get into the game that never got addressed. And these were features like chase assist or chases. So there's a lot of points along the way where people could not chase a villain or a vehicle, and that was pretty much a very common challenge throughout the Golden Path campaign. And we just didn't have time to hand script every single challenge to address the issues that a lot of players who had motor or vision needs that they faced. We also did not have optional controller layouts. We didn't have like a simplified controls or the ability to do like a left-hand, right-hand controls. Our control scheme was very complex and was just too late to overhaul everything and put in button remapping. We were unable to include a mono audio setting for players who were hard of hearing. And yeah, just many of these features could have been easy to address had we started on them earlier in production. So we knew that if we were going to embrace accessibility early in a project, that we needed to build more internal advocates. And these are people that would represent the different departments and various disciplines and meet on a frequent basis to keep accessibility top of mind so that we were working on those features as we developed the game. And accessibility at this point started to become more of a topic of conversation. I started hearing stories about people's spouses and partners with accessibility needs. One good example is Brianna Lindsay, our lead visual effects artist, shared how her partner, Jason Bolte, who's pictured here, was a game designer at ZeniMax and became legally blind during his career, and he had temporarily left the industry. So in this photo, actually, Jason's got this little device that he's using at Disneyland, which gives him narration about the different attractions that he's nearby and really helps in terms of making the park more accessible to people with low vision. So while we were getting some internal advocates, which was great, we still did not have full buy-in from the studio. And accessibility was, of course, being discussed in many different corners. And it's not the fact that people didn't want to do it. People very much did, but it was more a simple lack of communication and making sure that it was clear to everybody that this was something we were embracing as a studio. So I gave a presentation to about 40 leaders at the studio, and I included everyone from the accessibility group to join. At the end of that presentation, all the leads gave a resounding yes, we absolutely must support accessibility, and it was time to present to the entire studio of 350 Insomniacs. So we had a company meeting entirely focused on accessibility, and it was given at our Burbank studio in Los Angeles, and it was also being streamed to our North Carolina studio on the East Coast. At the start of this presentation, I noted that there's been a big push for accessibility, not just with the gaming community and with games like The Last of Us or Uncharted, but also there's a push through legislation. In 2011, President Obama signed the 21st Communication Video Accessibility Act into law. And this act is intended to bring the laws around accessibility up to date for video services and communication that could impact video games. We had the opportunity to get ahead of this. And while legislation, and because other games do it, was motivating, it did not really speak to our culture. And this was a good moment for us to remind everyone of what our vision and mission was. So at Insomniac Games, our vision is to create games that have a positive and lasting influence on people's lives. I presented these statements to people, and these are what we commonly saw when we walked through the kitchen at Insomniac. They would be presented on a screen. Our mission is to inspire players with stories of underdogs overcoming colossal challenges. We also have a mission to challenge and inspire each other within our collaborative culture. To help the less fortunate by supporting worthwhile causes, and finally to be leaders in the game development community. Next, I invited Jason Bolte up to the stage, and he gave this fantastic presentation called, "Can I Play Too?" And that was his fundamental question. And Jason noted that how with books, movies, TVs, and even theme parks, the answer to this question was often yes. But with games, the answer was usually maybe, and more often no. Jason played through Spider-Man and gave us a lot of feedback on the challenges he faced. And here's an image of Jason and how he typically plays video games, which is about a foot or foot and a half from a very large screen where he can easily be able to see all the elements on the screen. Jason shared what it was like for him to play games, and here's another image which is a simulation of what Jason sees when he's trying to navigate a menu. This was developed by Jason and his partner Brianna, and it simulates the condition he has, which is called RP syndrome, and that stands for retinitis pigmentosa. And essentially, he's starting to lose the vision from the center of his vision, and it's working its way more towards the outside. So this image gave us a really powerful sense of the challenge Jason experienced while navigating menus. But he also showed a capture of the first boss fight at the start of the game. And this featured a fight between Spider-Man and Wilson Fisk, also known as Kingpin. But then after that, he showed us a simulation where it darkened the center of the screen. And this again was helped developed by his partner. And as you can see here, it's very hard to be able to pick out the enemies versus the bosses. The enemies are all wearing dark clothing and the boss is all wearing black. And so this was something that Jason said he had struggled with. So it was really great to hear Jason's perspective and the challenges he had to overcome given his disability. But it was also nice the fact that Jason had a lot of game design experience. He had over 10 years. Jason stressed the importance of not relying on one single element to communicate a feature. That size, shape, texture, intensity, and color were very important differentiating elements. This was not just beneficial for people with low vision, it's just also good design. Jason also shared that his favorite challenge of the game was this black cat challenge, where you had to look around the city and find a cat-like object. And I was kind of surprised that a Where's Waldo type challenge was something that he enjoyed the most. And Jason solved all 30 of these because the controller would rumble when he was close to spotting the cat. And so this little extra feature not only is just good design, it made this challenge playable for Jason because it was adding an extra bit of feedback that made all the difference. And finally, we ended the presentation noting that as we all get older, there's a good chance we'll face accessibility needs at some point in our lives. Ultimately, it took a multi-staged approach in championing the studio to embrace accessibility. It was really important to stress the why, how accessibility aligns with our vision and is a studio goal, that accessibility is forward-thinking and it's thinking about a larger audience. And that ultimately improves our games by improving the design in terms of the different layers of feedback. And that it's for everybody, it's far more inclusive, and this is something that we hope to achieve as a studio. But what's most important is the how. Accessibility is a team effort. Since there's such a wide range of accessibility needs, defining features needs to be part of an ongoing collaboration with team members who look for opportunities. We need to have top-of-mind advocates who would meet monthly and keep accessibility part of an ongoing conversation. We also needed to keep thinking about how to incorporate accessibility into the design and not always rely on a setting to address all of the various needs. We also wanted to start early in pre-production and not just a few months before the game ships. And it was very important to build off of the foundation of each game so that we can always improve future games. So at this point, we had hit the first stage of our journey in adopting accessibility. We converted people at the studio to become advocates, and accessibility is now embraced by our studio culture. Our next project was Spider-Man PlayStation 5 Remaster and the Spider-Man Miles Morales game for the PlayStation 4 and 5. For these two Spider-Man games, we had the opportunity to include features we had wanted to add originally, like controller remapping. We also added Chase Assist, which was really huge for players with low vision and motor issues or motor needs. And high contrast mode. And this was something that we started talking about early on, and it was heavily promoted by Brianna Lindsay. This feature created bold graphic shapes of the hero, enemies, and NPCs to make it easier for low vision players and people with cognitive needs. This helped solve the problem we saw earlier with the Kingpin boss fight. Now it's much easier to pick out the different enemies and prioritize them because you can tell the different types by their color. So again, this feature and controller remapping were championed very early in production. And due to that early focus, we were able to get in 34 accessibility features in the new Spider-Man games, almost 5 times the number of the original 2018 Spider-Man. And this is what was our second stage of accessibility adoption that I call integration. This is where accessibility is scheduled and included as part of our production pipeline. And now I should add that we still believe there's plenty of room for opportunity for us to improve in terms of working on accessibility earlier. And certainly we've had a lot of postmortems where we've wanted to be able to get more progress and a head start early on. But the fact that we started talking about accessibility and making steps in these games at an earlier point really helped set us up for success. And also in Miles Morales, I should add that we made some strides in representation with Haley Cooper, a supporting character who's a street artist, and she lives in Miles's neighborhood. Haley's deaf and she uses sign language. She was portrayed by Natasha O'Feely, who is also deaf. And if you have not seen it already, I recommend checking out the GA conference panel with Insomniac Games' Mary Kenny, who talks about writing and developing this character. It's called Moving Disability Representation Beyond It Matters. Our most recent game was Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. This was an exciting project in that we had a new generation of Insomniacs joining the team and offering new voices and perspectives. This was also a chance to introduce Rivet, a new Lombax who is Ratchet's counterpart in another dimension. When Rivet is introduced, she has a robotic arm, and during the course of the story, Clank is injured, losing his right arm and both legs. So we had 2 main characters with disabilities. As we developed them, we wanted to be respectful with the message the story was sending to disabled players. We were very fortunate to be put in contact with a nonprofit group called respectability.org, who fights stigmas and advance opportunities for people with disabilities. We met with a couple experts, Lauren Applebaum and Tatiana Lee, who provided insights in how to show Clank and Rivet as being heroic and resourceful and to avoid situations where their disabilities might be played up as being a hindrance. During one of our scenes, Rivet and Clank get captured by a giant robot known as the Fixer. And if you look closely, you can see that Rivet and Clank are these 2 little tiny figures caught in a giant mechanical grip. So during this dire moment, as they struggle to not get crushed, they realize that the Fixer has become disillusioned and he believes everything is broken and cannot be repaired. To which Clank replies that the Fixer still has much wisdom and has helped him realize that he is still Clank regardless of his appearance. This new perspective ultimately shifts the Fixer's thinking into having a more positive outlook, and with his renewed optimism, he decides to help our 2 heroes. Over the course of the story, Rivet and Clank develop a friendship, and at one point we had to answer a tough question. Would Clank ultimately get back his arm and legs? As a robot, we knew he had this option, and we originally had a scene where Rivet gives Clank some new parts, but we realized that this could send the wrong message. So to focus on that moment in an animated scene could imply that Clank appreciates no longer being disabled. So instead, we showed an image of Clank in the credits where he receives a gold arm, and it's similar to Rivet's. And the emphasis we felt here was more that it was a nice token of their friendship and not so much about Clank becoming able-bodied. So with our Haley Cooper, Rivet, and Clank characters, I believe we hit another stage of accessibility adoption called representation. Here we were portraying characters with disabilities in our games. But again, while this was a significant marker in the journey, there's still much work that can be done in terms of representation for future games. So in addition to representation, this was also our opportunity to make Ripped Apart our first Ratchet & Clank game with a dedicated accessibility menu. With the PlayStation 5, we had a higher density of visuals, and it became important to include features like high contrast mode for players with low vision. And so here's a couple examples, different views of the game. One is with high contrast mode turned off on the left, where, as you can see, there's a couple enemies off in the distance, but a number of players would struggle to see both enemies. When you turn high contrast mode on, the two silhouettes kind of pop, and they're lit up in a red graphic color, and it's much easier to make the two of them out. We also used high contrast mode for some of the traversal elements. So on the left, you can see the 3 arrows, and that's a wall run. But when high contrast mode is turned on, it becomes this bright, giant pink shape, which is easier to see. And we also used it for collectibles as well, which was a big part of Ratchet & Clank, and it was much easier to find all the various bolts and raritanium. So even though we could use features like high contrast mode and build off of feature sets that we'd used on previous games, there's a lot of new challenges with Ratchet & Clank, especially with gunplay. So there was a number of different ways to execute the different weapons. Some weapons you would want to fire repeatedly, like a machine gun. Others were slow firing weapons like grenades. And so we had to think about all the different options we could give players to help them fire these weapons and not feel fatigued. So we had different hold and toggle options depending on what the weapon was. We also had a range of aim assists that could affect how the aim camera moves. We provide aim assists that would slow down the player's aim when moving over enemy targets. There's also an option where the camera would snap to different enemies automatically. And then we had a lock-on feature where you could just lock on to an enemy and continue to move the hero around, move Ratchet or Rivet around, orbit the enemy while shooting them. But one of the trickiest challenges that we had to solve was skillful traversal. And this is a core element of what makes Ratchet & Clank an action platformer. We have many different ways for the hero to traverse, including rift tethers, which is like a dimensional themed grapple hook, hover boots, jet boots with jumps and ramps, grind boots, which is a classic mechanic from the Ratchet series requiring quick side jumps, and speedles, where you ride a creature and you have no option of slowing down. And so we had a number of different toggles and assists that could help you with these moves, but they were still very challenging, and especially when these mechanics were all chained together. So we could not address every single one of these cases, and we really needed a global solution. And the answer to this was a feature called Game Speed, which allowed the player to use a shortcut button to slow down the game at any time. So in this video here, Rivet is running through Zordon Prison, swinging along at normal speed. But once the player gets to this tricky wall run sequence, they've slowed it down to 70% with a shortcut button that allows them to then swing and then do 2 rift tethers in sequence, and having enough time to land on this platform and then resuming back to 100%. And this posed a new kind of problem, which was helping players find where all of the accessibility settings existed. Subtitle settings is a good example. It's an accessibility feature, but it's widely used by both disabled and non-disabled gamers. Same as motion sickness features like center dot, motion blur, and chromatic aberration. We want non-disabled gamers who don't typically use the accessibility menu to find settings that might help them. However, other options like the high contrast settings are clearly for players with low vision. And at one point, the question came up, should we remove the accessibility menu? With the idea that all accessibility and non-accessibility settings could be folded together. So we started thinking of accessibility as being design and usability options that all players can use to tailor-make their experience. After several user research tests and hearing feedback from our disabled consultants, we came to the conclusion that it's best to keep the accessibility menu. This is the first place that disabled gamers can go to find features they need. And given how new accessibility is in games, we felt it was very important to have this menu which sends a message to the importance of inclusivity. So our solution for Rift Apart was to duplicate 38 settings that were both in the dedicated accessibility menu and the general accessibility menu. I'm sorry, the general settings menu. And that way it would be much easier for players who are both disabled and non-disabled to find the settings they needed. During this project, we were fortunate to have Josh Straub consulting, and Jason Bolte joined us as a senior designer at Insomniac. Jason has been providing a lot of excellent design feedback for us and ideas for how we can improve accessibility. We also work closely with Sam Schaffel, who is an associate UX accessibility designer at Sony Santa Monica, and he previously helped us on Spider-Man. Now I'd like to show you a short video developed for a Sony video series highlighting our work with both Jason and Sam on Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart.
I've been gaming since I was a kid. When I was younger, I was like, oh, I wish I could communicate with developers, let them know like the challenge that I'm facing.
A lot of what we do is we ask the right questions and we know the right people to go to, like who are the right people we should be asking. If we're testing accessibility features, we want to bring in people who are going to use those, like Sam Schaffel and Jason Bolte, and having people actually on the team is super helpful because we can ask them.
I'm a game designer first and foremost, who's also legally blind. I try and make every game I make as accessible as possible.
Being able now to have that voice, you know, it's really wonderful that this is being embraced because it's just expanding the audience and making more people a part of the conversation.
It's all about collaboration, right? I think it's awesome to have the audience as part of the process.
So to summarize our journey, we embraced accessibility in our studio culture. We later started integrating features earlier in production, and now have representation in our games. We're now asking ourselves, what is the next step for us maturing as a studio in terms of accessibility adoption? For us, that means staffing and having people with dedicated roles for accessibility. I think of people like Karen Stevens and Sam Schaffel, who have accessibility in their job titles. As our features grow, accessibility is becoming too big to be developed by advocates on the side. There needs to be dedicated roles that help us better spearhead accessibility projects and tackle our ever-growing list of features. I believe that's the next step in furthering our commitment to accessibility. These are the 4 key areas a studio must hit to be fully mature in terms of accessibility. So finally, I'd like to stress that these stages are not simply checked off in a linear timeline. It's an ever-evolving journey where we promote a culture of accessibility that leads to better integration, representation, and dedicated roles that in turn promotes a culture and continues to elevate our work in making more inclusive and accessible games for everyone. Thank you. And if you want to reach out to me, at Brian Allgeier on Twitter, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
I think that was a great talk to end the conference on. One of the things that got said at the very beginning that I think is really important, especially if you are working at a team who is just starting their accessibility journey, is learning about the culture and figuring out how to integrate it in a way that works for you. I mean, really, culture, culture, culture. Your studio has to be invested and invested for the right reasons to get the work to happen in a way that is the best iteration of what it can be. And when you have the right culture, that's when you'll start seeing things like dedicated roles and making sure that people with disabilities are actually on the dev team. And it's also interesting in that it kind of touched on what do you do with options for accessibility? Should we have an accessibility menu? Should they be duplicated? Should they be standalone? It just goes to show you that currently we are in one of those moments of learning. We need to know, can players find the options they need, and where should they be? And that's obviously something that we're still actively working to figure out. And you know what? In a few years, I'm sure we'll say, oh boy, were we wrong, and come up with a new solution based on the data that we've gotten. And of course, I want to highlight exactly what Cherry is saying in Discord right now. This talk was such good insight into Insomniac's long form journey. So many people look at these titles that come out with amazing accessibility options and think they formed overnight. And that's not true. You know, there has been work and culture changes and things that have carried over from title to title. It's really easy to lose sight that you make incremental progress on one project, and the next one you'll be able to go even further. And with that, it's time to actually start closing down the conference. So to begin, I want to thank all of our sponsors, because again, without our sponsors, we wouldn't be able to have this conference and have it free while it's in our completely online format. It really does mean so much, especially like after I said, the first time Ian and I tried to host an accessibility event, we actually almost got stuck on the hook with a $1,500 bar tab. So to our gold sponsors, thank you so much. Microsoft, Ubisoft, PlayStation and Naughty Dog, and Square Enix. To our silver sponsors, ESA, Riot, and Player Research. And of course, our bronze speakers, ReaderSpeaker.ai, Descriptive Video Works, DigiPen, and Shara. Of course, it's not just our sponsors who make our conference what it is. And so I want to, of course, thank the 3 interpreters that we've had from Partners in Communication, Rick, Brooke, and of course, right now, Jenny. Fabulous as always. I also want to thank our live captioners, Lindsay Stoker, who also got assistance from Tasha this afternoon. Of course, I want to give a shout out to our amazing staff and volunteers, from our moderators to, of course, specifically Ian Hamilton and Max Felker. You guys have seen me up here on the camera all day, but those two specifically do tons of work behind the scenes, from working with our speakers to handling all the logistics and payments and making all of that happen. And of course, without our moderators, we wouldn't be able to make the Discord such an inclusive and welcoming place. I also want to thank all of our speakers for all of their amazing content and sharing their words of wisdom. Not only have they gave us practical tips, shared their stories, they've also let us in to some of their lives emotionally. And that is so, so meaningful. And finally, I want to thank Subtrend, who is the company that we use for our captioning for our YouTube videos. I'm actually really, really excited today that Subtrend has pulled it off yet again, even with some very late video deliveries. We have all of our talks are now fully captioned and online in their standalone format on our YouTube channel. We're actually going to be having our mods go through and post the respective links to each talk in the channels right now, so they are available. So again, I want to thank all of you who are here, and that even includes small things like thanks to everyone who contributed quotes that were displaying breaks, whether your sightless combat or we had so many great quotes this year. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, and please stay tuned for the next Game Accessibility Conference. Of course, we'll be targeting Europe next, and we'll hope for in-person, but obviously we want to keep everyone safe. And thank you again. I am Tara, closing out another edition of the Game Accessibility Conference. Have a good night, everyone.